Hello everyone, I'm Mr. Night Story, and welcome to tonight's journey toward peaceful sleep. If you're enjoying this content, I would be so grateful if you could take a moment to like this video. I'd also love to hear from you. Please feel free to share in the comments where you're watching from and what time it is there. Your kind support truly helps me continue creating these relaxing experiences for you. Now, please make yourself comfortable as we gently begin tonight's journey to restful sleep. I was 16 years old when my life changed forever. At 5'2", with blonde hair that caught the sunlight just right, and blue eyes that my grandmother always said reminded her of summer skies, I thought I was invincible. That Tuesday afternoon in 2018 started like any other day off from school. The Louisiana heat was beginning to ease as autumn crept in, making it the perfect weather for a long hike with my two companions. Zanzibar and Thingamajig were more than just dogs to me. They were my best friends, my protectors, my everything. Zanzibar, a magnificent Catahoula pit bull mix, had these piercing amber eyes that seemed to see straight through to your soul. His coat was a beautiful merle pattern of grays and blues that shifted in the light. Thingamajig, my pit bull lab mix, was all muscle and heart, with a glossy black coat and the most expressive brown eyes I'd ever seen on an animal. Both dogs weighed close to 70 pounds each, and their presence always made me feel safe on our adventures. The hiking trail I chose that day was one I'd walked dozens of times before. It wound through dense Louisiana woodland with towering pine trees and thick undergrowth that created a natural canopy overhead. Spanish moss hung like curtains from ancient oak branches, and the earthy smell of decomposing leaves mixed with the sweet scent of wild honeysuckle. It was my sanctuary, my escape from the pressures of teenage life and the suffocating expectations that seemed to follow me everywhere else. As we started down the familiar path, both dogs bounded ahead with their characteristic enthusiasm. Zanzibar had found a particularly interesting stick and was showing it off to Thingamajig, who responded by trying to steal it in a playful game of tug-of-war. Their joy was infectious, and I found myself laughing at their antics as we ventured deeper into the woods. The trail stretched for miles through the forest, with various offshoots that led to different scenic spots. Some paths led to small clearings where wildflowers bloomed in spring. Others wound down to a muddy creek where the dogs loved to splash and drink. Today, I had planned to take the longer route that would loop us around the entire preserve and bring us back to the parking area in about 2 hours. The first hour passed peacefully. I threw sticks for the dogs, took photos of interesting plants with my phone, and simply enjoyed the solitude. There were no other hikers visible on the trail, which wasn't unusual for a weekday afternoon. Most people were at work or school, leaving the wilderness to those of us lucky enough to have the day free. As we rounded a bend in the trail, the dogs suddenly stopped their playing and looked ahead with focused attention. Their ears perked up, and Zanzibar let out a low, rumbling growl that I'd never heard from him before. The sound sent an unexpected shiver through me, though I couldn't understand why. I called them back to me, and they came immediately, but their alertness remained. That's when I saw him walking toward us from the opposite direction. At first glance, he appeared completely ordinary, the kind of person you'd pass on the street without a second thought. He was around 5'9", with medium brown hair that was slightly unkempt and hazel eyes that seemed to dart around rather than focus on any one thing. His gray t-shirt was faded and had small stains on the front, and his dark blue jeans were worn at the knees. Nothing about his appearance screamed danger, yet something in my gut twisted uncomfortably as he approached. The dogs positioned themselves between me and the stranger, which was unusual behavior for them. Normally, they were friendly with everyone we encountered on the trails. Thingamajig's tail, which was usually wagging enthusiastically at the sight of a new person, hung low and still. Zanzibar's hackles weren't raised, but his entire body language spoke of wariness. The man's gait was odd, not quite a normal walking pace, but not hurried either. There was something deliberate about his movement, as if he had been waiting for us to come around that particular bend. He smiled as he got closer, but the expression didn't reach his eyes. Instead, those hazel eyes seemed to be cataloging details about me with an intensity that made my skin crawl. "Excuse me," he called out when he was still about 20 feet away. His voice was higher than I expected, with a slight nasal quality that grated on my nerves. "Do you happen to have a lighter I could borrow?" I instinctively took a small step backward, and both dogs moved with me, maintaining their protective formation. "No, sorry," I replied, trying to keep my voice steady and polite. "I don't smoke, so I don't carry one." He continued approaching until he was uncomfortably close enough that I could smell the stale cigarettes on his clothes and something else underneath that I couldn't identify. His smile widened, revealing teeth that were slightly yellowed and crooked. "That's too bad," he said. And then his eyes began a slow, deliberate journey from my face down to my feet and back up again. The way he looked at me made my stomach turn. It wasn't just a casual glance or even the kind of checking out that teenage boys sometimes did. This was something else entirely. Predatory, calculating, possessive. I felt like prey being sized up by a hunter, and every instinct in my body screamed at me to run. "What's your name, sweetheart?" he asked, taking another small step closer. My throat felt dry, but I managed to speak. "Kaya," I lied without hesitation. Something about this man made me absolutely certain that giving him my real name would be a mistake I'd regret. "Kaya," he repeated slowly, as if savoring the sound of it. "That's a pretty name for a pretty girl. How old are you, Kaya?" The question sent alarm bells ringing in my head. No normal adult asked a teenage stranger their age in the middle of the woods, but something about his demeanor suggested that lying might be more dangerous than telling the truth. 16, I answered, hating how small my voice sounded. His smile became even more unsettling. 16, perfect age. The way he said it made my blood freeze in my veins. The stranger's attention then shifted to my dogs, who had remained vigilant throughout our exchange. Zanzibar was now standing rigid as a statue, his intelligent eyes never leaving the man's face. Thingamajig had moved slightly ahead of me, positioning himself directly between us and the stranger in a way that was both protective and threatening. "Nice dogs you have there," the man said, but his tone suggested anything but admiration. "They look like they could be a problem if someone wanted to." The implication in his words hit me like a physical blow. My heart began pounding so hard I was sure he could hear it. Every nerve in my body was screaming danger, and I could see that my dogs sensed it too. Zanzibar's ears had flattened against his head, and a barely audible growl was rumbling in his chest. "What kind of dogs are they?" he asked, seemingly oblivious to their hostile body language. "Mixed breeds," I replied curtly, not wanting to give him any more information than necessary. I glanced around, suddenly aware of how isolated we were. The trail stretched empty in both directions, with thick forest pressing in on either side. The nearest parking area was over a mile away, and there was no telling when another hiker might come along. The man nodded thoughtfully. "They're protective of you. I can see that. But every dog has its weakness, doesn't it?" He reached into his back pocket and I saw Zanzibar's muscles tense as if preparing to spring. Whatever he was reaching for, he seemed to think better of it and withdrew his empty hand. "Well, it was nice meeting you, Kaya," he said. And the way he emphasized the fake name I'd given him made it clear he didn't believe it was real. "Maybe I'll see you around here again sometime." The threat in those words was unmistakable. I managed to nod and started to move past him on the trail, calling my dogs to follow. They obeyed reluctantly, constantly looking back over their shoulders as we walked away. Every step we took, I could feel his eyes on us, burning into my back like lasers. As soon as we were around the next bend and temporarily out of his sight, I pulled out my phone to check for signal. 1 bar enough to maybe make a call if I climbed to higher ground, but not enough to reliably send a text. The smart thing would have been to turn around immediately and head back to the parking area, but that would mean passing him again. The thought of facing those calculating eyes and that predatory smile made my stomach lurch. Instead, I decided to continue on the trail, hoping to put as much distance as possible between us before eventually circling back via one of the longer routes. It was a decision that would haunt me for the rest of my life. For the next 20 minutes, we moved as quickly as we could while still staying on the trail. The dogs seemed to understand the urgency of our situation without me having to explain it. They stayed close to my sides instead of ranging ahead as they normally would, and their playful energy had been replaced by a vigilant alertness that broke my heart. The forest around us, which had always been a source of peace and comfort, now felt oppressive and threatening. Every rustle of leaves made me jump. Every shadow between the trees could be hiding a stalker. The Spanish moss that had always seemed beautiful now looked like grasping fingers reaching down from above. We had covered nearly 2 miles when I heard it, a voice calling through the trees behind us. It was distant but unmistakable, and it was calling the name I had foolishly given him. Kaya! Kaya! The sound of my fake name being shouted through the woods sent terror shooting through my entire body. He was following us. Worse, he was getting closer. The tone of his voice had changed from the false friendliness he'd displayed during our initial encounter. Now there was something desperate and hungry in the way he called out. I quickened my pace, my heart hammering against my ribs. The dogs immediately matched my speed, their tongues hanging out as they panted with exertion and stress. Behind us, the voice continued calling, sometimes closer, sometimes farther away, as if he was searching different branches of the trail system. Kaya, I know you're out there, pretty girl. The endearment delivered in that sing-song tone made bile rise in my throat. I could hear branches snapping and leaves rustling as he moved through the underbrush, apparently no longer bothering to stay on the established trails. He was hunting us like animals, and the realization that we were his prey sent waves of panic through my system. The trail ahead forked into 3 different directions. One led toward the creek, one continued through the main loop, and the third was a maintenance road that I'd never explored. In desperation, I chose the maintenance road, hoping it might lead to civilization, or at least provide better cell phone coverage. As we hurried down the rutted dirt path, Thingamajig suddenly stopped and looked back the way we'd come. His ears were pricked forward, and he let out a low whine that spoke of his own fear and confusion. Then I heard what he had detected: footsteps running through the forest, getting closer with each passing second. The maintenance road led to a dead end, a small clearing where Forest Service equipment was sometimes stored. There was nothing there but an old metal shed and a few rusted barrels, surrounded by impenetrable woods on 3 sides. We were trapped. I spun around desperately looking for another way out. But the only exit was the path we'd just come down. That's when I heard his voice again, much closer now, and filled with an excitement that made my stomach turn. Found you! He emerged from the tree line, no longer bothering to maintain his facade of normalcy. His hair was disheveled from pushing through branches. His clothes were dirty, and there was a wild gleam in his hazel eyes that spoke of barely contained violence. In his right hand he held something that caught the filtered sunlight and threw it back in sharp gleams. A knife. A hunting knife with a blade at least 6 inches long. Now, Kaya, he said, advancing slowly, as if approaching a skittish animal, we can do this the easy way or the hard way. I prefer the easy way, but honestly, I don't mind a little fight. Both of my dogs immediately positioned themselves between us, their hackles raised and teeth bared. Zanzibar's growl had escalated to a full snarl, and Thingamajig was making a sound I'd never heard from him before, a deep, threatening rumble that seemed to come from the very core of his being. "Oh, the doggies want to play too?" the man asked with mock surprise. "That's fine, I brought something for them as well." The casual way he talked about hurting my beloved companions sent rage flooding through my system, temporarily overriding the fear. "Don't you dare touch them," I screamed, my voice echoing off the trees around the clearing. He laughed, a sound that was somehow worse than everything else he'd done so far. It was the laugh of someone who genuinely enjoyed causing terror, who fed off the fear of others like a vampire feeds off blood. "You're going to come with me, little girl," he said, his voice dropping to a whisper that was somehow more menacing than his earlier shouting. "We're going to go somewhere quiet where we can get to know each other better, and if these dogs try to stop us, well, let's just say they won't be a problem for very long." The way he gripped the knife handle told me he wasn't bluffing. This wasn't someone making empty threats. This was a predator who had thought this through, who had planned for resistance, who had done this before. I looked around desperately for anything that could be used as a weapon, but there was nothing. The rusted barrels were too heavy to lift, and the shed was locked tight. My phone showed no signal at all in this isolated spot. "Please," I whispered, hating myself for begging but unable to stop the words from coming. "Please just let us go. I won't tell anyone I saw you." His smile widened. "Oh, sweetheart, I'm not worried about you telling anyone. Where we're going, that won't be a concern." What happened next unfolded in a series of snapshots that would replay in my nightmares for years to come. The man lunged forward with shocking speed. The knife aimed directly at my chest. Zanzibar reacted instantly, launching himself at the attacker with the fury of a wild animal protecting its pack. The two collided in midair with a sickening thud, and they crashed to the ground in a tangle of limbs and fur. I heard the man curse viciously as Zanzibar's teeth found purchase on his arm, but the dog's attack had thrown off his aim. Instead of the killing blow he had intended, the knife scraped along my ribs and then plunged into my back as I tried to spin away from him. The pain was unlike anything I had ever experienced. It felt like liquid fire had been poured into my body, radiating outward from the point of impact. I screamed, a sound that came from somewhere deep in my soul, and stumbled forward, my hands reaching behind me to the source of the agony. Thingamajig had joined the fray, his powerful jaws clamping down on the man's leg. I could hear fabric tearing, and the man's voice rising to a shriek of pain and fury. But somehow, in the chaos of the fight, I heard something that made my heart stop. Zanzibar yelped, not the angry snarl of battle, but a cry of pure pain that told me the knife had found him too. "No!" I screamed, trying to turn around despite the fire in my back. "God, please no." The man had managed to drive the blade into my brave dog's side, and I could see blood, so much blood matting his beautiful fur. But Zanzibar didn't release his grip on the attacker's arm. If anything, his jaws clamped down harder, and I could hear the grinding of teeth against bone. Thingamajig was still attacking the man's legs, his loyalty absolute despite the danger. The man was trying to shake him off, while simultaneously attempting to pull the knife free from Zanzibar's body for another strike. Adrenaline flooded my system, temporarily overriding the pain from my wound. I grabbed one of the smaller rusted items from near the shed, a metal rod about 2 feet long, and swung it with all the strength I possessed at the man's head. The impact sent shockwaves up my arms, and the man's eyes rolled back as he crumpled to the ground. The knife fell from his grip and skittered across the dirt clearing. Both dogs immediately backed away from his still form, Zanzibar leaving a trail of blood drops as he moved. For a moment, the clearing was filled with nothing but the sound of heavy breathing and my own sobbing. Then Thingamajig began licking frantically at Zanzibar's wound, whimpering with distress. My hands were shaking so violently I could barely function. But I knew we had to get out of there immediately. The man was unconscious but still breathing, and I had no idea how long he would stay down. The metal rod had left a gash on his temple that was bleeding freely, but he could wake up at any moment. "Come on, boys," I whispered through my tears, my voice barely audible. We have to go right now." Zanzibar tried to stand but stumbled, his legs unable to support his weight. The knife wound in his side was deep and bleeding heavily, soaking the ground beneath him. Thingamajig whined and nudged his friend, as if trying to encourage him to get up. With strength I didn't know I possessed, I managed to lift Zanzibar and drape him across my shoulders. He weighed nearly 70 pounds, and the additional pressure on my own stab wound sent waves of agony through my entire body. But the thought of leaving him there with that monster was absolutely unthinkable. The journey back to the parking area was a nightmare blur of pain, terror, and determination. Every step was agony, both from my own injury and from carrying Zanzibar's dead weight. Thingamajig stayed right beside us, constantly looking back over his shoulder as if expecting our attacker to come charging after us at any moment. Blood was running down my back and soaking into my shirt, making the fabric stick to my skin in a horrible, clammy way. I could feel myself getting weaker with each step, but I kept putting one foot in front of the other through sheer force of will. When we finally reached the parking area, my car looked like salvation itself. I managed to get the back door open and gently deposited Zanzibar on the seat, where he lay panting heavily but alert. His eyes were still bright and aware, which gave me hope that the wound, while serious, might not be fatal. As I drove toward the nearest veterinary clinic, my hands white-knuckled on the steering wheel, I kept checking the rearview mirror for any sign of pursuit. The country road seemed endless, and every car behind us made my heart race with fresh terror. The veterinary clinic was a blur of concerned faces, urgent whispers, and medical procedures that I was too traumatized to fully comprehend. They took Zanzibar immediately into surgery while someone called an ambulance for me. The emergency room doctor who treated my wound was gentle but direct. The knife had penetrated deep enough to require stitches but had miraculously missed any vital organs. I would have a scar that would remind me of this day for the rest of my life, but I would live. More importantly, Zanzibar pulled through his surgery with flying colors. The veterinarian told me that the knife had missed his major organs as well, though he would need several weeks of recovery time. The fact that both of us had survived what could have been a fatal encounter felt like a miracle. The police took my statement while I was still in the hospital, but when they went to search the maintenance road clearing, they found no trace of our attacker. There was blood on the ground where he had fallen, and the metal rod I had used to strike him, but the man himself had vanished. The knife was missing as well. Detective Morrison, the officer assigned to my case, explained that this was not the first report they had received of a man matching this description approaching young women on hiking trails in the area. I was the fourth girl to report an encounter with him in the past 6 months, but I was the first one who had managed to escape. The other 3 girls had not been so fortunate. In the weeks that followed, as Zanzibar healed and I underwent counseling to deal with the trauma, I made the decision to dye my blonde hair black. I couldn't bear to look in the mirror and see the same hair color that had attracted that monster's attention. The change felt like shedding a skin, becoming someone new who was harder to hunt. The man was never caught. Despite an intensive search by local law enforcement and even the FBI, he seemed to have vanished completely. Detective Morrison believed he had either left the area or was lying low, waiting for the heat to die down before resuming his hunting. I never returned to that trail. In fact, I avoided hiking alone entirely for over a year. When I finally did start taking Zanzibar and Thingamajig on walks again, it was only in busy public parks with plenty of other people around. The wilderness that had once been my sanctuary now felt like a hunting ground where predators waited in the shadows. Even now, years later, I can't shake the feeling that he's still out there somewhere. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night convinced I heard someone calling Kaya outside my window. The fake name I gave him has become a trigger word that sends instant panic through my system. But I survived. My dogs and I survived, and that has to count for something. Zanzibar bears a scar on his side that mirrors the one on my back, and sometimes I catch him staring out into the darkness with the same wary alertness he showed that day. Thingamajig has become even more protective of me, if that was possible, rarely leaving my side when we're outside. To anyone reading this who lives in southern Louisiana or anywhere else, please be careful. Trust your instincts when something feels wrong. Carry protection when you can, and remember that there are monsters walking among us who look perfectly ordinary until they reveal their true nature. That man is still out there, still hunting. I pray that God will protect his future victims and that someday, somehow, he will face justice for what he's done. But until that day comes, I'll keep looking over my shoulder, and I'll never stop being grateful for 2 loyal dogs who were willing to die to protect me. The year was 2015, and the August heat hung heavy over Indiana like a wet blanket. I remember checking my gear for the 3rd time that afternoon, making sure every hook, every lure, every flashlight battery was accounted for. My hands trembled slightly, not from fear but from anticipation. This was our tradition, mine and Michael's, along with his eldest son Jason. Michael and I had been more than friends for over a decade. We'd met at the factory where we both worked, grinding through double shifts and overtime, building a brotherhood forged in shared exhaustion and mutual respect. His family had become mine, and these fishing trips were our escape from the grinding monotony of industrial life. I was 28 then, still young enough to think I understood the world, old enough to know I needed these breaks. Jason, at 17, was counting down the days until graduation, eager to escape high school's confines. As I loaded my tackle box into my truck that afternoon, I told him what I always did. Enjoy these days while you can. Adult life isn't what they promise you. The routine was always the same. I'd drive to Michael's house around 4 in the afternoon, and we'd transfer my gear to his newer, more reliable pickup. His wife Bethany would hand us a cooler packed with sandwiches and drinks, reminding us to be careful. She'd kiss Michael goodbye, ruffle Jason's hair despite his protests, and wave us off from the porch. Morgan Monroe Reservoir was our sanctuary, a place where the world's demands couldn't reach us. The 3-hour drive there was part of the ritual. Windows down, classic rock on the radio, stories from work, complaints about supervisors, plans for the future. Jason would sit between us, alternating between excitement about the trip and texting his girlfriend. The drive that day felt different somehow. The usual excitement was there, but underneath it ran a current of unease I couldn't quite identify. Maybe it was the way the clouds gathered on the horizon, dark and brooding despite the forecast calling for clear skies. Maybe it was how quiet the roads became as we left civilization behind. An hour into our journey, Michael cursed under his breath. "Forgot to stop for bait," he muttered, his knuckles white on the steering wheel. This wasn't like him. Michael was the organized one, the one who made lists and checked them twice. I could see the tension in his jaw, the way his eyes kept flicking to the mirrors as if expecting something to appear behind us. We pulled into a weathered gas station in Martinsville, its neon signs flickering weakly in the gathering dusk. The place felt abandoned despite the old man behind the counter who watched us with rheumy eyes. The bait cooler hummed loudly in the corner, and I remember how the worms seemed more active than usual, writhing desperately in their containers. "You boys heading to the reservoir?" the old man asked, his voice like gravel in a cement mixer. When Michael nodded, the man's expression darkened. "Might want to reconsider. Strange things been happening out that way." Michael laughed it off, but I noticed he bought extra ammunition for the pistol he always carried. I did the same for mine. The old man watched us leave, shaking his head slowly, and I swear I heard him mutter something about feeding time as the door closed behind us. The final stretch of road to Morgan Monroe was a winding path through dense forest. The trees pressed close on either side, their branches forming a tunnel that swallowed the dying light. Jason had gone quiet, his phone forgotten in his lap as he stared out at the darkening woods. The radio began to cut out, static replacing the music in harsh bursts that made us all jump. When we finally reached the reservoir parking area, our headlights illuminated something that made my stomach drop. A large wooden sign, freshly painted and impossible to miss. Closed due to animal attacks. No fishing, no camping. Violators will be prosecuted. Michael killed the engine, and we sat in silence for a moment, staring at the sign. The parking area was completely empty, unusual for a Friday evening in August. The normal sounds of summer, crickets, frogs, the gentle lap of water against the shore were conspicuously absent. The silence pressed against our eardrums like a physical thing. "What do you think?" I asked, though I already knew the answer. We'd driven 3 hours. We'd been planning this for months. A sign wasn't going to stop us, especially when we were both armed. Probably just someone's dog got loose, bit a hiker, Michael rationalized, though his voice lacked conviction. "We've got protection. We'll be fine." Jason looked less certain, but teenage pride won out over caution. We unloaded our gear in the deepening twilight, each of us trying to ignore how our movements seemed too loud in the unnatural quiet. The trail down to our usual spot was a quarter-mile walk through dense woods, and I noticed how our flashlight beams seemed to be swallowed by the darkness more quickly than they should. The path was littered with debris, broken branches, displaced rocks, deep gouges in the earth that looked almost like claw marks. Michael's flashlight lingered on a tree trunk that had been stripped of bark in long vertical tiers, the exposed wood still damp with sap. The height of the damage made me pause. Whatever had done this had to be at least 7 feet tall. Our fishing spot was a small clearing on a peninsula that jutted into the reservoir. Usually it was perfect. Good tree cover behind us, clear views of the water, easy access back to the trail. Tonight, it felt like we were placing ourselves in a trap. The darkness beyond our lights was absolute, and the water, usually so inviting, looked like an oil slick under the starless sky. We set up our equipment with practiced efficiency, trying to reclaim some normalcy through routine. Rods assembled, lines baited, chairs arranged in our usual semicircle. The first half hour passed without incident, and gradually we began to relax. The familiar rhythm of casting and reeling worked its magic, and soon we were talking and joking like always. Jason caught the first fish, a decent-sized bass that fought hard before he landed it. We took photos, laughed at Michael's exaggerated disappointment at being shown up by his son. For a moment, it was just another fishing trip. Then Jason stood up, announcing he needed to relieve himself. I handed him a flashlight, watched him disappear into the trees. That's when we heard it. A sound that froze my blood. 3 deliberate knocks, like someone rapping on a door. But the sound was wrong, too loud, too resonant, like someone using a tree trunk as a drum. The knocks came from deeper in the woods, in the opposite direction from where Jason had gone. Michael and I exchanged glances. "Probably just a woodpecker," he said, "but woodpeckers don't work at night," and we both knew it. The knocks came again, this time from a different location, as if whatever was making them was moving, circling. Jason crashed back through the underbrush, his face pale in the flashlight beam. "Did you guys hear that?" he asked, his voice higher than normal. "There's something out there, something big. I heard it moving through the trees." Before we could respond, a rock the size of a bowling ball crashed into the ground less than 10 feet from where we sat. It hit with such force that we felt the impact through our chairs. I swept my flashlight across the tree line, searching for the source, but the beam revealed nothing except shadows that seemed to shift and move of their own accord. The rock had shattered any pretense that we were dealing with a normal animal. Bears don't throw rocks. Neither do deer, coyotes, or any other wildlife native to Indiana. My hand found the grip of my pistol as another series of knocks echoed through the darkness, this time from 3 different directions simultaneously. "We should go," Jason whispered, but Michael shook his head stubbornly. We'd invested too much in this trip to leave now. Besides, we were armed. We could handle whatever was out there. God help us, we actually believed that. The next hour was a nightmare of escalating harassment. Rocks of varying sizes peppered the ground around us, thrown with disturbing accuracy. The knocking sounds grew more frequent, more aggressive, sometimes accompanied by what sounded like large branches being snapped in half. Whatever was out there, there was more than one, and they were communicating. Then came a sound that haunts me still, a vocalization that defied classification. It started as a low growl, rose to an almost human-like yell, then descended into a howl that made every hair on my body stand at attention. It was close, maybe 30 yards away, and it was answered by similar calls from at least 2 other directions. The smell hit us next, an overwhelming stench of decay mixed with wet fur and something else, something wild and primitive. It was so strong it made our eyes water. Jason gagged, covering his nose with his shirt. The very air seemed to thicken with menace. I stood up, drawing my weapon. "That's it. We're leaving. Now." This time, no one argued. We began hastily packing our gear, abandoning anything that wasn't essential. That's when Michael's flashlight beam caught movement between the trees. The figure stood partially concealed behind a massive oak, but what we could see defied rational explanation. It was massive, at least 7.5 feet tall, covered in dark matted hair that seemed to absorb the flashlight beam. But it was the eyes that paralyzed me. 2 points of reflected light that glowed a reddish yellow, filled with an intelligence that was unmistakably hostile. "Oh my God," Jason breathed, and the creature's head snapped toward the sound with inhuman speed. For a moment that lasted an eternity, we stared at each other across the darkness. Then it moved, not away from us but parallel to our position, keeping us in sight while maintaining its distance. It moved with a fluid grace that belied its size, making no sound despite the debris-strewn forest floor. A splash in the water behind us made us spin around. Another rock, this one the size of a television, had been hurled into the shallows with tremendous force. They were boxing us in, cutting off our escape routes. The tactical intelligence of it sent ice through my veins. These weren't mindless animals. They were hunting us. The vocalization started again, but now we could hear actual communication, a series of whoops, clicks, and low rumbles that clearly had meaning. Michael grabbed Jason's arm. "Walk, don't run, stay together, keep your lights moving." His voice was steady, but I could see the fear in his eyes. We formed a tight group and began moving toward the trail. Every step felt like a mile. The forest around us was alive with movement, branches snapping, heavy footfalls, that horrible knocking that now seemed to come from every direction. Our flashlights carved useless cones of light through the darkness, revealing nothing but suggesting everything. The 100 yards to Michael's truck became the longest journey of my life. The creatures, I couldn't deny there were multiple now, paced us through the trees, sometimes visible as massive shadows, sometimes betrayed only by the sounds of their movement. Rocks continued to rain down, some missing by mere inches, others hitting the ground with impacts that would have been lethal. Then we heard it, the unmistakable sound of breaking glass from the direction of the parking area. My heart sank. They'd found the truck. These things, whatever they were, understood enough to target our means of escape. The tactical implications were terrifying. A shriek pierced the night, high-pitched and agonized, definitely not human. It was followed by wet, tearing sounds and crunching that could only be bone. They were killing something up ahead, making sure we knew about it. Psychological warfare from creatures that weren't supposed to exist. "Dad?" Jason's voice was barely a whisper. "What if they're waiting for us?" Michael's jaw clenched. "Then we go through them. Stay close. If something moves toward you, don't hesitate. Shoot." The final 50 yards were chaos. The knocking reached a crescendo, coming from all sides in a maddening rhythm. A tree trunk, at least 8 inches in diameter, crashed across the path behind us, thrown or pushed by something with incredible strength. The smell became overwhelming, making breathing difficult. And then we saw the truck. All 4 windows had been systematically smashed. The hood bore deep dents as if something had been jumping on it. And in the bed, clearly visible in our flashlight beams, was the mangled remains of what had once been a raccoon, twisted into an unnatural shape that spoke of rage beyond animal instinct. Michael's hands shook as he fumbled for his keys, finally activating the remote start. The engine roared to life, and the headlights blazed into the forest. What they revealed will remain burned into my memory forever. It stood directly in front of the truck, no longer hiding, no longer playing games. The creature was massive, broader than any human, covered in dark brown hair, matted with mud and debris. Its face was almost human, but wrong in every way. The brow too heavy, the jaw too pronounced, the nose flat and wide. In one massive hand, it held a rock the size of a microwave. But it was the expression that haunts me. This wasn't an animal acting on instinct. There was rage there, yes, but also intelligence, calculation. It knew exactly what it was doing. It wanted us to see it, to know it was real, to understand we were only leaving because it allowed it. Michael slammed the truck into reverse as the creature took a step forward. Jason screamed. I aimed my weapon but couldn't bring myself to fire. Some primitive part of my brain knew that shooting would only make things worse. We backed up frantically, then spun the wheel and accelerated toward the exit. The massive rock hit the truck bed with a crash that lifted the rear wheels off the ground momentarily. In the side mirror, illuminated by the red glow of our taillights, I saw 3 more figures emerge from the forest, watching our retreat. The drive home was silent except for our ragged breathing. The windows were gone, letting in the warm night air, but we were all shivering. Back at Michael's house, under the harsh fluorescent lights of his garage, we surveyed the damage. Dents, scratches, the smashed windows, all evidence of our encounter. In the truck bed, along with our abandoned fishing gear, sat the massive rock that had been hurled at us as a parting gift. Bethany didn't believe us. Neither did my wife. How could they? We'd encountered something that wasn't supposed to exist, something that challenged everything we thought we knew about the world. The police report we filed listed the damage as vandalism by persons unknown. What else could we say? It's 2022 now, and we've never returned to Morgan Monroe Reservoir. I've done research, found others with similar stories, learned the names people give to what we saw, but knowing doesn't help with the dreams, with the feeling of being watched when I'm in the woods, with the absolute certainty that we escaped only because they chose to let us go. Sometimes, late at night, I think about that creature standing in front of our truck, and I wonder, how many are out there? How long have they been watching us? And why, on that particular night, did they decide to make themselves known? What I know for certain is this: we are not alone in our forests, and what shares them with us is far more intelligent, far more dangerous, and far more hostile than we dare imagine. That sign at Morgan Monroe wasn't a warning about animal attacks. It was a boundary marker, and we crossed it. God help anyone else who does the same. The dispatch crackled through the static like bones snapping in a fire, then died as the figure dragged a half-ton steer across County Road 12 and stared straight through my windshield, its joints bent wrong, eyes like burn holes in parchment. I slammed the brakes too late and felt the cruiser rise suddenly, weightless for a heartbeat before crashing back to earth. I'm Riley Hartman, and what I'm about to tell you took place in 2011 in Escalante, Utah. The desert here doesn't forgive mistakes, and it doesn't forget them either. The day started slow, the way most days do before they turn into nightmares. I signed out a beat-up Crown Vic at 6 a.m., the keys still warm from the night shift deputy's sweaty palm. The coffee tasted of tin and regret, bitter enough to strip paint. I drove the red dirt loop past the grazing leases north of town, where the Mormon settlers had tried to make something green grow in all that emptiness. The morning sun painted the mesas the color of dried blood, and the wind carried the scent of sage and something else, something that made my skin crawl without knowing why. A ranch hand waved me down before I even finished the cup. His face was the color of sour milk, and his hand shook as he pointed toward the grazing land. "You need to see this, officer. Need to see it right now." 2 Angus yearlings lay 40 yards apart, their spines snapped clean, ribs peeled open as if something had pried them with tire irons. The precision was what got to me first. No ragged tears, no claw marks, just surgical separation of flesh from bone. The morning flies hadn't even found them yet, as if they knew to stay away. No truck tracks scarred the hard pan. No coyote prints circled the carcasses. No sign of a fight. No drag marks leading away from the kill site. The cattle lay exactly where they'd fallen, their eyes wide and clouded, tongues swollen black between their teeth. But it was the emptiness that made my breakfast crawl up my throat. The hollow cavities where their organs should have been, cleaned out so thoroughly that the inner walls gleamed like polished marble. I marked the scene with orange cones, called it in, and waited for Deputy Addy Perez. The silence pressed against my eardrums like deep water. Even the meadowlarks had gone quiet, and in 20 years of working these counties, I'd never heard the desert hold its breath like that. Addie showed up 40 minutes later, chewing sunflower seeds and spitting the shells through her open window. She popped the hood on one calf, frowned at the emptiness inside like she was looking under the hood of a stripped car. "Whatever did this, hauled them out like oysters," she said, her voice carrying too far in the thin air. "Clean as a whistle." I told her to keep her voice down. The rancher, a tough Mormon named Clegg, looked ready to cry. His face had gone gray as cement, and his hands wouldn't stop trembling. 40 years I've worked this land, he whispered. Never seen anything like it. Never even heard stories. We walked the fence line, boots crunching on gravel that sounded like breaking glass. The barbed wire sagged like cut ribbon where something had passed through, the metal twisted into impossible spirals. On the far side, fresh drag marks led toward the slot canyons. Grooves an inch deep, straight as survey stakes, too tidy for any scavenger I knew. The tracks were wrong from the start. They reminded me of a child's drawing of a hand, only backward with the thumb missing. Long, narrow impressions spaced less than a foot apart, each ending in 4 blunt points. But it was the spacing that made my scalp tighten. Precisely 32 inches between each print, measured to the millimeter. No variation, no hesitation, as if the thing moved like a machine. We followed the trail into the maze of sandstone corridors where the rock walls pressed close enough to touch both sides with outstretched arms. The desert kept silent except for our boots echoing off the stone, and the sound seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, like voices whispering in an empty church. Between sage clumps, we found more prints. Addie photographed them, but the images looked fake even on the camera screen. Too precise, too deliberate, as if someone had carved them with tools. The desert dust should have softened the edges, but these marks looked fresh as surgery scars. By noon, we'd hiked 3 miles into the slots. Sunlight thinned to a hard blue strip above us, and the air smelled of wet stone, though the soil was dust dry. The walls rose higher with each step, closing overhead like a stone coffin. Radio contact faded first to static, then to nothing. Addie tapped her handset, shrugged, and mouthed, "Keep close." I kept my sidearm drawn, though I couldn't say what I expected to shoot. The marks on the ground never wavered, never crossed each other, as if the thing glided without weight. They led us deeper into the labyrinth, past pictographs left by people who'd fled this place centuries ago. Their painted figures running from something with too many arms. Then the tracks just stopped on a smooth sandstone shelf. No blood, no calves, no exit prints, only a shallow depression the size of a bathtub, polished like glass. The stone around it had been worn smooth, as if something had rested there for a very long time. Addie crouched to study it, her camera clicking in the silence. "Riley," she whispered, "look at this." The depression wasn't empty. Carved into the stone were symbols, not pictographs, but something older, something that hurt to look at directly. They spiraled inward toward the center, where a single hole disappeared into darkness. The air rising from it carried the scent of copper and meat gone bad. That's when we heard it. The hiss wasn't a roar, wasn't even loud, just a sound like air escaping from a punctured lung. But it poured out of the darkness behind us with the weight of centuries. The stone walls caught it and threw it back, multiplying the whisper until it surrounded us like a living thing. I swung around, saw nothing but shadows dancing in the slot canyon's depths. The silence that followed was worse than the sound, thick and expectant, like the pause before a scream. When I turned back, Addie was gone. The grip of her camera still hung in midair for a blink, suspended like a magic trick, then clattered on the rock. The sound echoed off the walls, sharp as gunshots. I called her name until my throat hurt, but the canyon answered with metallic echoes that sounded like other people pretending to be me. "Addie," my voice cracked on the second syllable. "Addie, where are you?" The silence stretched like a held breath. Then from somewhere deep in the maze, I heard her voice. "Riley? Riley, help me!" But it wasn't quite right. The words came too slowly, with spaces between them like someone reading from a script. And underneath, that same wet hiss, as if something was learning to speak with a mouthful of blood. I backed up the way we'd come, tracing my own footprints in the dust. The wall seemed to lean inward, pressing closer with each step. The strip of sky above narrowed to a thread of blue, and the shadows grew teeth. "Riley, I'm hurt. I can't move." The voice came from everywhere and nowhere, bouncing off the stone like a ball in a box. It was Addie's voice, but wrong, too high, too breathless, like air being forced through a broken reed. Each word seemed to take enormous effort. I drew my weapon, though my hands shook so badly I could barely hold it. The slot canyon branched ahead, left led deeper into the maze, right curved back toward the surface. The voice came from the left, pleading now. "Don't leave me here, please. It's so dark." Something glittered in the sand at my feet. Addie's badge. The metal twisted into a spiral that made my eyes water to follow. Beside it, a dark stain soaked into the dust, too black to be blood, too thick to be water. 5 minutes later, I was running. The canyon walls blurred past, and my breath came in sharp gasps that echoed like sobs. Every shadow looked like reaching arms. Every wind sound like that terrible hiss. Behind me, the voice kept calling, but it was changing, becoming something else, something that had learned her words but not her fear. 20 minutes after that, I cleared the slots and found my cruiser baking in the sun. I poured water over my head until I could breathe again, but the taste of copper wouldn't leave my mouth. My radio squawked with static, and for a moment I thought I heard Addie's voice underneath the noise, still calling my name. Back at the station, the chief told me we'd lost enough men in those rocks to old mine shafts and sudden floods. "We wait for daylight," he said, but his eyes wouldn't meet mine. I reminded him it was still daylight. The sun blazed overhead, brutal and white, but something in the air made it feel like dusk. He rubbed the badge on his chest like a worry stone and walked away, his footsteps echoing in the empty hallway. The station felt different, too quiet, too still. The fluorescent lights flickered with a rhythm that reminded me of a heartbeat, and the coffee in the break room had gone cold, though I'd made it fresh an hour ago. Through the window, I could see the slot canyons in the distance, their shadows darker than they should be. I tried to write up a report, but the words wouldn't come. How do you describe the sound of someone being erased? How do you explain the weight of absence, the shape of a person-sized hole in the world? The phone rang. I picked it up, hoping for news, for anything that made sense. "Riley," the voice was soft, familiar. "I'm still here. I'm still waiting." I slammed the phone down, but it kept ringing. Each ring sounded like a scream. I borrowed the department's infrared scope and a .308 rifle from the armory they kept for mountain lions. The weapon felt solid in my hands, real in a way nothing else had since the canyon. I signed the log with shaking fingers and took the cruiser out again, driving toward something I couldn't name but knew was waiting. Dusk bled into the gulches like spilled wine, and the temperature dropped 20 degrees in as many minutes. The desert never held heat after sundown, but tonight felt different, colder, hungrier, as if the darkness was feeding on the warmth. On the ridge above Clegg's ranch, turkey vultures circled but refused to land. They rode the thermals in tight spirals, their shadows wheeling across the ground like clock hands. But they wouldn't descend, wouldn't take what the desert offered. Even they knew something was wrong. The cattle huddled in the far corner of the main pen, their eyes rolling white in the gathering darkness. They pressed against the fence until the wire sang with tension, and the sound of their breathing came in sharp, panicked bursts. Whatever had visited them before, they remembered. At 2013 hours, the stockyard lights snapped off. Not dimmed, not flickered, they died all at once, as if someone had thrown a switch. My dashboard lights followed, gauges fading to black. The radio gave a burst of static and went silent. I coasted to a stop, engine quiet, and heard metal banging inside the main pen. The sound came in steady intervals, like a heartbeat, like breathing. Using the rifle's optic like a camera, I scanned the yard. The cattle crowded the far fence. Their bodies pressed so tight together they looked like a single, many-legged creature. Their eyes caught the starlight and threw it back in points of fire. Near the feed bins, where the shadows were deepest, something moved. It stood taller than the gate post, hairless, the color of butcher paper left too long in the sun. Its skin stretched over cables of muscle that twitched in steady ripples, like water disturbed by wind. The thing had no head, no eyes, just a torso that divided at the sternum into two equal halves that opened and closed like saloon doors. Behind the opening, I glimpsed raw meat and a curtain of cartilage that moved like seaweed in a current. The sound it made was wet and rhythmic, like a great lung breathing through water. As I watched, it lifted a heifer by the hips, a 1,000-pound animal raised like a child's toy, and folded it into itself without bending its own limbs. The cow disappeared into that terrible opening with barely a sound, just a soft, wet sigh. The thing's chest snapped shut like a trap, and for a moment it stood perfectly still, digesting. Then it turned toward my hiding place with that same precise 32-inch stride. I fired. The round slapped flesh with a sound like a hammer hitting meat. A bloom of dark spray hit the dirt, but the thing didn't drop. It paused, swaying slightly, then continued its approach. The wound pinched shut, leaving only powdery residue around the hole, as if it were made of clay that could reshape itself. I retreated to the grain silo, my boots ringing on the metal ladder. The bent sheet metal door slammed behind me, and I barricaded it with a pallet, though I knew it wouldn't hold. Inside the domed roof, the smell of mildew and rotting corn felt thick enough to chew. I lay flat on the catwalk, rifle barrel through a rust hole, and waited. The silence stretched like a held breath. Then the tin buckled below, and a pale arm jointed wrong, bending in too many places, probed through the door gap. The fingers were wrong too, paddle wide, boneless pads ringed with short claws more suited to scooping than grabbing. They moved with deliberate intelligence, testing the air, learning the space. Another arm followed, then another, until the door creased outward like tin foil. The hinges shrieked as the shape slid inside, rising until its back brushed the silo roof. In the dim light, I could see it clearly for the first time. The open torso tilted toward me, ribs flexing like fingers, and I understood that this wasn't a mouth. It was something else, something worse. It moved by rocking its hips, tipping like a crane, its body always balanced despite its impossible height. No mouth sounds, no breathing, just the wet whisper of its chest opening and closing. The smell that rose from it was copper and meat and something else, something that made my hindbrain scream. I remembered the methane tap feeding the grain dryer. Illegal but ancient. Clegg had never upgraded, and the line ran right through the silo floor. I crab-crawled to the ladder hatch, dropped 2 rungs, and reached the valve with my boot. Steel groaned as I turned it. Gas hissed into the enclosed space, rising high and mean. The shape reacted, swaying, its chest slamming shut for the first time. The sound reminded me of a giant envelope being sealed, final and absolute. I sparked a road flare and tossed it onto the floor. The gas caught with a thud and a flash of white heat that seared my eyebrows. The explosion blew upward, punched me through the hatch, and threw the shape against the far wall where it writhed in flames without giving voice. I hit the ground outside, rolled toward the irrigation ditch, and plunged headfirst into water so cold it stopped my heart for a beat. Behind me, the silo ejected a column of smoke and shrapnel that rained down like burning snow. When I crawled out, the yard lights flickered back on. The silo's roof lay twisted 10 yards away, and embers drifted through the air like fireflies. I circled with the rifle raised, but found no trace of the thing, only a long smear of grayish ash leading to the tree line, as if something had dragged a sack of cement toward the hills. The cattle had gone quiet. They stood in the far corner of the pen, no longer panicked but not calm either. They watched the tree line with the patience of prey that knows the predator is only sleeping. The explosion's echo rolled across the desert like thunder. But the silence that followed was worse. It pressed against my eardrums with the weight of judgment, and somewhere in that quiet, I heard the sound of something moving through the trees. Not footsteps, something else. Something that didn't need feet to travel. I kept the rifle trained on the ash smear, my finger tight on the trigger. The gray residue glittered in the yard lights like ground glass, and as I watched, it began to move, not scattered by wind, but flowing, gathering itself into streams that crept toward the fence line. The cattle saw it too. They pressed back against the far corner of the pen, their bodies shuddering with each breath. One of them, a young bull with a white patch on his forehead, let out a sound I'd never heard before. Not a bellow, not a moo, but something closer to a human scream. The ash streams reached the fence and began to climb. They flowed up the posts like liquid mercury, defying gravity, seeking something. Where they touched the barbed wire, the metal began to change. The steel grew soft, malleable, twisting into spirals that hurt to look at directly. I backed toward the irrigation ditch, but the water had gone black, not dark, black, like ink or blood or something worse. The surface didn't reflect the yard lights anymore, just swallowed them whole. As I watched, bubbles rose from the depths, each one carrying a whisper. "Riley." The voice came from everywhere and nowhere. "Riley, help me." It was Addie's voice, but wrong. Too wet, too hollow, like someone speaking through a mouthful of liquid. The words came with the smell of copper and decay, and underneath, that same wet hiss I'd heard in the canyon. "I'm cold, Riley. I'm so cold." The ash had finished climbing the fence and was spreading across the ground like a living thing. Where it touched the earth, the grass withered and turned gray. The cattle were silent now, their eyes wide with an intelligence that didn't belong in animal faces. I ran toward the road, boots pounding on hardpan, but the cruiser was gone. In its place stood a figure that might have been human once, but the proportions were wrong. Too tall, too thin, with arms that hung down past its knees. It turned toward me with a motion like a flower following the sun. The face was the worst part. It had Addie's features, but they were stretched like taffy, pulled into shapes that belonged in a funhouse mirror. The eyes were too wide, too bright, and they held no recognition, only hunger. "Found you," it said. And the voice was definitely hers now, but coming from the wrong throat. "Been looking so long." I raised the rifle, sighted on the center of its chest, and pulled the trigger. The round passed through it like smoke, and the thing laughed with Addie's voice. The sound echoed off the rocks, multiplying until it surrounded me like a chorus of ghosts. Behind the figure, more shapes emerged from the darkness. They moved with that same 32-inch stride, but they weren't all the same. Some were tall and pale like the first. Others squat and dark. One crawled on too many arms, its face a mass of moving parts that might have been eyes or mouths or something else entirely. But they all had one thing in common. They were wearing pieces of people I'd known. A deputy's badge here, a rancher's hat there, a woman's earrings dangling from flesh that had never been human. They were collectors, I realized, gatherers of identity, wearing their victims like clothes. The one with Addie's face reached out with fingers that stretched like rubber bands. They wrapped around my wrist, and where they touched, my skin began to burn, not with heat, but with cold so intense it felt like fire. "Come with us," it said. "Come home." I jerked away, leaving skin behind, and stumbled toward the grain silo. The metal was still hot from the explosion, but it felt real in a way nothing else did. I pressed my back against it and raised the rifle again, though I knew it wouldn't help. The shapes circled me like wolves, their movements perfectly synchronized. They didn't breathe, didn't blink, didn't make any sound except for the wet whisper of their passage. One of them, the one that had been in the silo, had reformed itself, its pale flesh smooth and unmarked by the flames. "You can't kill us," it said, speaking with the voice of someone I'd never heard before. "We're already dead, have been for a long time." The circle tightened. I could smell them now. Copper and meat, and something else, something that made my stomach turn. The smell of things that should have been buried, should have been forgotten, but kept walking anyway. That's when I remembered the flare. Still clutched in my left hand, its chemical glow guttering but not dead. I cracked it against the silo wall, and red light flared between us. The shapes recoiled, their forms wavering like smoke. "Light," one of them hissed. "It burns." I held the flare high, and they backed away. Not far, just enough to give me breathing room. But I could see others gathering at the edge of the red glow. More than I could count, their eyes reflecting the light like mirrors. "What do you want?" I asked, though I wasn't sure I wanted to know. The one with Addie's face smiled, and I saw that its teeth were too sharp, too many. To go home, it said. To take everyone home. Where's home? It pointed toward the slot canyons, toward the darkness between the rocks where no light had ever reached. Down there, down where it's quiet, down where nothing changes. The flare was dying. I could feel the heat fading, see the red glow dimming. When it went out, they would come for me, and I would become another collector, another shape in their terrible parade. But then I heard something else, the sound of engines, of vehicles racing across the desert. Headlights swept across the yard, and the shapes scattered like roaches, flowing back toward the trees and the darkness beyond. The cavalry had arrived, but I wasn't sure they were ready for what they'd find. At dawn, state troopers combed the site like archaeologists, their cameras flashing in the gray light. They found Addie's radio first, then her badge, fused to a strip of pink tissue near the smashed feed bin. The tissue carried human DNA markers, but no match in any database, as if it belonged to someone who had never existed. The tissue was wrong in other ways too. Under the microscope, it showed cellular structures that bent light in impossible directions. Crystals of something that shouldn't exist in living matter. The lab techs whispered about it in the corners, their voices tight with fear they couldn't name. The prints in the canyon had turned brittle overnight and crumbled under the first boot that touched them. What had been clear tracks the day before became nothing more than disturbed dust, as if the desert itself was erasing the evidence. They questioned me for 7 hours in a room that smelled of stale coffee and fear. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead, and every shadow looked like reaching arms. I gave them my notes, my photos, my rounds counted and recounted. The digital files showed nothing but static, and the photographs were blank except for one, a single image of something pale standing in the background of a crime scene photo, something that hadn't been there when I took the picture. They thanked me, typed it up as an animal attack, and shipped the report to a locker none of us will ever open. The official story was predators, maybe a pack of feral dogs. The missing deputy was listed as a hiking accident, presumed fallen into one of the many chasms that honeycombed the desert. But I knew better. I'd seen the way the other officers looked at me, the way they stepped aside when I walked down the hall. They'd read my report, seen the photos, and they knew that something had come out of the deep places of the earth to hunt. Addie's status changed from missing to deceased, presumed. Her funeral was held on a Tuesday, and I was the only one who came. The casket was empty, of course, there wasn't enough left to bury. But I stood there anyway, in the heat and the silence, and tried to remember her as she'd been before the canyon took her. The preacher spoke about souls and redemption, about the peace that comes after suffering, but I kept thinking about the thing that had worn her face, the way it had smiled with too many teeth. Some things, I realized, don't find peace. They just find new ways to hurt. I handed the chief my resignation the next morning. He signed without looking up, his hand shaking as he wrote his name. "Maybe it's for the best," he said. "Maybe some things are better left alone." On the way out, I passed the evidence freezer. The door was ajar, and inside, on the top shelf, lay my flare, half melted but somehow intact. It was covered in a thin layer of white dust that shimmered under the fluorescent light as if alive. I reached for it, then stopped. The dust was moving, flowing in patterns that reminded me of circuit boards or neural networks. As I watched, it began to spell out words in a language I didn't recognize, symbols that made my eyes water and my head ache. I left the flare where it was and walked away. Some evidence is too dangerous to preserve. I drove south until the desert turned green, past cities where the light stayed on at night and the shadows behaved the way shadows should. I found work as a security guard at a shopping mall, watching teenagers steal candy and old men sleep on benches. Simple problems with simple solutions. But I never forgot Escalante. How could I? The memory lived in my bones, in the way I checked the locks twice before sleeping, in the way I avoided dark places and kept a flashlight by my bed. The desert had marked me, and some marks never fade. Sometimes, late at night, I still hear the radio static that sounds like voices calling from far away. Sometimes I catch glimpses of pale figures at the edges of my vision, moving with that same 32-inch stride. And sometimes, When the moon is dark and the wind is still, I hear Addie's voice whispering through the static. Riley, Riley, help me, I'm so cold. But I know better now. I know that some things that call for help aren't looking for rescue, they're looking for company, for someone to share the darkness with. And I've learned that the best way to help the dead is to let them stay that way. The desert keeps its secrets, and I've learned to keep mine. But every sunrise still feels darker than the night that tried to swallow me whole. And I know that somewhere in the slot canyons of Utah, something is still waiting, still hunting, still wearing the faces of the people it's taken. And sometimes, on nights when the static is particularly loud, I wonder if it's learned to wear mine too. I have not worn a badge since. Some doors once opened can never be closed again. Some hungers once awakened can never be satisfied. And some things that come from the deep places of the earth should never be disturbed. But they are disturbed, aren't they? Every day people like me venture into the empty places, the forgotten places, the places where the old rules don't apply. They follow strange tracks and investigate unusual sounds, and most of them come back with stories that end up filed away in lockers no one will ever open. Most of them, but not all. The desert is patient, it can wait, and somewhere in the darkness between the rocks, something that was never human is still learning to be me. The end is just another beginning, and the hunt never really stops. It just finds new prey. This wasn't some weekend camping trip. This was a hunt, and not for deer or elk. I was chasing something older, darker, and deadlier. The Gugui, a creature whispered about in ancient Native American legends. A dogman said to haunt these deep woods. The stories called it a shape-shifting hunter. More myth than fact, but I'd spent years hunting cryptids and I'd never walked away empty-handed. Until now. I pulled my flashlight from my belt and scanned the thinning forest ahead. The thick pines bent in a cold wind, their branches creaking like bones. I could feel eyes on me, though I saw no movement. The first rule of survival out here was simple. Never let the fear control you. You're not just hunting a monster, I muttered under my breath. You're fighting your own mind. My breath fogged in the chill. Around me, the woods whispered with secrets I wasn't ready for. The Gugui, they said, was more than a beast. It was cunning, stalking the hunter until the hunter became the hunted. I had studied old reports, scanned locals' fearful accounts, and gathered every scrap of evidence I could. Tonight, I was deep in the heart of the Kaibab National Forest, where sightings had spiked in recent weeks. Desperation in the air was palpable, and my gut told me I was close. I paused near a mossy rock and pulled out the motion sensor camera I'd set days ago. It had captured a shadow too fast to be human, and the prints nearby were wrong, too large, too sharp. As darkness fell, the forest noises grew louder. Branches snapping, a low growl from somewhere unseen. I gripped my rifle tighter and whispered into the radio. "Base, do you copy? I'm moving toward the last sighting point." Static answered back. No reply, just the raw pulse of the night and a distant howl that wasn't quite wolf. My heart hammered. I swallowed the rising fear, reminding myself of the stakes. This was about more than proof. It was about survival. Tonight, I needed to face the Gugui, or be swallowed by the woods forever. Suddenly, a rustle to my left sent me spinning. Rifle raised. Eyes glinted in the moonlight, though too low to be a deer, too bright to be an owl. It vanished before I could take aim, leaving only silence and the taste of cold dread. I set my jaw. "Whatever you are," I whispered, "I'm not afraid." But deep down, I knew the line between hunter and prey was thinner than ever. The Gugui was out here watching, waiting, and I was exactly where it wanted me. The night air was heavy and still, thick with the scent of pine needles and something more primal, something that clawed at the back of my mind. I crouched behind a fallen log, eyes scanning the darkness for any sign of movement. The moon was a sliver, barely enough light to illuminate the dense forest floor. My breath came out in ragged puffs, and I struggled to keep my pulse steady. The Gugui wasn't just a legend here, it was a predator. and I was determined not to become its prey. I'd tracked the Gugri for 3 years now. It began after a hunting trip in northern Michigan went sideways. 3 experienced hunters disappeared without a trace. I was part of the search party that found what remained of their camp. Equipment scattered, tents shredded, and tracks in the soil, unlike anything I'd ever seen. The authorities called it a bear attack, but bears don't drag 3 armed men into the night without leaving blood. Bears don't strategically disable radio equipment, and bears certainly don't leave 5-toed paw prints 14 inches long. That night changed everything for me. I'd been a wildlife photographer, comfortable in the outdoors but naive to its darkest secrets. After Michigan, I sold my studio, liquidated my savings, and dedicated myself to hunting what others dismissed as folklore. I studied with trackers, trained with ex-military scouts, and learned from indigenous elders who still respected the old stories enough to fear them. The Havasupai people of this region called it Wiapaya Gedjidilid, the one who walks like a man at night. American trappers in the 1800s had their own names for it: the shadow dog, the night stalker. Modern cryptozoologists settled on Gugui, derived from a Paiute term meaning ghost wolf. Whatever its name, the pattern of its attacks remained consistent through centuries of scattered reports. It targeted those who ventured alone into its territory, especially hunters. It studied its prey before striking, and it left little evidence behind. I checked my watch, 9:45 p.m. The temperature had dropped to just above freezing. I needed to reach my observation blind before midnight. According to my research, the Gugui was most active in the hours before dawn. My radio crackled suddenly, making me flinch. "Marcus, you copy?" The voice was broken, distorted by static and distance. "Sarah, my research partner and only lifeline back to civilization." I pressed the transmit button. "I copy, barely, signal's weak. Storm front, moving faster, expected. More static. Back to base camp, not safe." I looked up at the sky. Sure enough, clouds were gathering to the west, obscuring stars. The weather report had mentioned a possibility of snow, but not until tomorrow. Something was changing, and changing fast. "Sarah, repeat last transmission. Are you telling me to return to base camp?" I waited, but only static answered. The radio fell silent. Perfect. Communications compromised, weather turning, and miles of forest between me and safety. Classic horror movie setup. But I wasn't some hapless teenager wandering into the abandoned cabin. I was prepared. This was my element. At least that's what I told myself, as I shouldered my pack and continued deeper into the wilderness. The path narrowed as the forest thickened. My headlamp illuminated only a small cone of visibility ahead, the darkness beyond it absolute and hungry. I stepped carefully, minimizing noise, though I suspected it knew exactly where I was. Another low growl echoed through the trees, closer this time. Instinctively, I switched off my headlamp. In the sudden darkness, my other senses heightened. The forest's soundscape expanded. The whisper of wind through pine needles, the distant hooting of an owl, the soft crunch of something moving through underbrush 50 yards to my right, moving parallel to me, pacing me. I slowly raised my night vision monocular. Through its greenish glow, I scanned the trees. Nothing, but the sounds continued, perfectly matching my pace. Stop when I stopped, move when I moved. A twig snapped behind me. I spun, heart pounding, rifle at the ready. Empty forest greeted me. Whatever had been paralleling my path was now behind me, circling, studying. I swallowed hard. "I know you're there," I said, my voice sounding thin in the vast darkness. "I've come a long way to find you." My words hung in the air, met only with the forest's indifferent silence. Then, a sound that froze my blood. A low, rumbling chuckle, almost human but distorted, coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. The Gugui was toying with me. Dawn broke reluctantly over the Kaibab Plateau, gray light filtering through clouds heavy with unshed snow. I hadn't made it to my observation blind. After hours of being stalked through the darkness, I'd taken refuge in a rocky overhang, back against solid stone, watching the forest until exhaustion claimed me for a few fitful hours. My mouth tasted of copper and fear. I chewed a protein bar mechanically, washing it down with metallic-tasting water from my canteen. The radio remained silent despite my repeated attempts to contact Sarah. The storm had likely knocked out the repeater station we'd set up on the ridge, but I wasn't completely isolated. My satellite phone still functioned, though I hesitated to use it. Sarah and I had agreed, emergency contact only. Calling now would mean admitting defeat, aborting the expedition. After 3 years of searching, I wasn't ready to walk away. Not when I was so close. Instead, I reviewed my evidence. The motion sensor cameras I'd placed throughout this section of forest over the past week had captured fragments of something unusual. Nothing clear enough for scientific validation, but compelling nonetheless. A tall shadow moving upright between trees, a reflection of eyes too high off the ground to belong to any known predator, a blur of motion too fast for the camera's shutter speed. Most telling were the tracks, a strange hybrid of canine and human characteristics. 5 distinct toes ending in sharp claws, a narrow heel, and a stride length of nearly 4 feet. I'd made plaster casts of the clearest prints, photographed others, and mapped their pattern through the forest. They showed intelligence. The Gugui avoided open areas, used stream beds to mask its trail, and occasionally doubled back to observe its own tracks, a behavior indicating self-awareness beyond normal animal cunning. The locals provided the final pieces. I'd spent months building trust in the small communities surrounding the national forest. At first, they were reluctant to speak with an outsider about the Gugui, but eventually the stories emerged. Livestock found mutilated in locked barns, hunters who never returned from solo expeditions, children who refused to sleep with their windows open, even on the hottest summer nights because of what they'd seen watching from the tree line. One account particularly haunted me. Manuel Bege, an elderly Havasupai man, described an encounter from his youth. He'd been hunting deer alone when he felt watched. For hours, something tracked him through the forest. At dusk, he glimpsed it, taller than a man but moving on all fours when needed, covered in dark fur, with a face that was almost a wolf, almost a man, but somehow wrong in ways that words can't capture. Manuel escaped by crossing a river, which the creature refused to follow. It could have caught me, he told me, his ancient hands trembling as he spoke. It wanted me to see it, to fear it, to tell others. I checked my GPS unit. My current position was less than 2 miles from where Manuel had his encounter 60 years ago. If the Gugui was territorial, as all evidence suggested, I was deep in its hunting grounds. The day warmed slightly as I broke camp, though the clouds continued to thicken. I needed to retrieve my remaining cameras before the storm hit. According to my map, the nearest one was half a mile northeast, placed near a natural game trail where I'd found unusual tracks a week earlier. The forest felt different in daylight, less immediately threatening but somehow more watchful. Every sound seemed deliberate, every shadow potentially concealing eyes that studied my movements. I kept my rifle ready, though I questioned what good it would do if the stories were true. The Gugui was said to be nearly impossible to kill by conventional means, but I wasn't interested in killing it, only documenting it. Proving its existence would vindicate years of research and forever change our understanding of North American predators. At least that's what I told myself. But after last night, a more primal motivation was emerging. Survival. This had become a contest of wills, of hunter versus hunter. If I fled now, I suspected the Gugui wouldn't simply let me leave its territory. Predators pursue fleeing prey. My only option was to face it on my terms, not its. I reached the first camera by mid-morning. The weatherproof case was intact, but when I opened it, I found the internal components crushed, the memory card missing. This wasn't environmental damage or equipment failure. Something had deliberately destroyed it. A chill ran through me that had nothing to do with the temperature. I surveyed the area carefully, noting disturbances in the forest floor. Large prints circled the tree where the camera had been mounted, and claw marks scored the bark at a height of nearly 7 feet. The message was clear. It knew what I was doing. It was intelligent enough to recognize human technology and neutralize it. Moving more cautiously now, I continued to my second camera location. I found it similarly destroyed, but this time, the camera itself was missing entirely. Only the mounting strap remained, cleanly cut rather than torn. My third camera, this one concealed inside a hollow log near a watering hole, offered the first real evidence. Its memory card was intact, and when I reviewed the footage on my handheld viewer, my breath caught. The first 3 days showed normal forest activity, deer coming to drink, raccoons foraging, a family of elk passing through at dusk. On the fourth night at 2:17 a.m., all activity ceased. The smaller animals vanished first, followed by the deer, which bolted mid-drink, ears erect with alarm. For 20 minutes the camera recorded an empty clearing bathed in moonlight. Then movement at the edge of the frame, something large, moving with a fluid grace that seemed impossible for its size. It entered the clearing cautiously, first on all fours, then rising to a bipedal stance that put its height at well over 7 feet. The infrared illumination revealed a muscular form covered in dark fur, but its face remained in shadow as it turned, seemingly scanning the area. It approached the water, then suddenly froze. Its head turned directly toward the camera's hiding place. It knew. Somehow, it sensed the camera inside the log. In 3 long strides it crossed the clearing, moving faster than anything that size should be able to move. A massive hand, too long-fingered to be called a paw, reached toward the camera. The footage ended. My hands trembled as I pocketed the memory card. This was it. The first clear video evidence of the Gugui. Not enough to see its face, not enough to convince the most hardened skeptics, but more than anyone had captured before. If I could get this back to civilization, it would justify further expeditions, larger teams, better equipment. I was still staring at the blank viewer screen when I noticed the silence. The forest's ambient sounds, birds, insects, wind in the trees, had stopped. I wasn't alone. Slowly, I raised my head. 20 yards away, partially concealed behind a massive ponderosa pine, something watched me. I caught a glimpse of shaggy dark fur, a hint of reflected light from an eye. Not hiding, merely observing, letting me know I was seen. "I see you too," I said quietly, careful not to make sudden movements as I raised my rifle to a ready position. The shape behind the tree shifted slightly. A deep rumbling sound reached me. Not quite a growl, almost a chuckle. Then it was gone, melting into the forest with barely a sound despite its size. The encounter lasted less than 10 seconds, but it confirmed what I'd begun to suspect. The Gugui wasn't just hunting me. It was studying me, learning my patterns, perhaps even allowing me to gather evidence because it served some purpose of its own. As if on cue, fat snowflakes began to fall, slowly at first, then more rapidly. The storm had arrived. I needed to reach shelter before conditions deteriorated further. My observation blind was still the best option. A reinforced structure built to withstand harsh weather, stocked with supplies for several days. I set off at a brisk pace, constantly scanning my surroundings. The snow thickened, reducing visibility and muffling sounds. Perfect conditions for an ambush predator. Perfect conditions for the Gugui. It was out there, watching from the white void of the gathering storm, and night was coming. By late afternoon, the storm had transformed the forest into an alien landscape. 6 inches of snow blanketed the ground, bending pine boughs and obscuring landmarks. The temperature plummeted as darkness approached. My GPS still functioned, but progress was agonizingly slow as I waded through deepening drifts, the observation blind still over a mile away. My radio crackled unexpectedly, Sarah's voice breaking through in broken fragments. "Marcus, storm dangerous bears." I fumbled for the transmit button with gloved hands. "Sarah, you're breaking up. Say again." "Tracks around base camp. Not animal. Searching." Static consumed her next words, then coming to find. My blood ran cold. "Sarah, do not leave base camp. Repeat, stay at base camp." I shouted into the radio, but only static answered. Damn it. The last thing I needed was Sarah wandering into the forest looking for me. Base camp was relatively secure. Reinforced cabin walls, motion sensor lights, multiple escape routes. Out here, in the storm, with visibility reduced to mere yards, she'd be helpless if the Googie found her. I checked my satellite phone, but the thickening storm clouds blocked the signal. I was on my own, and potentially responsible for putting Sarah in danger as well. I needed to reach the observation blind, fast. It was the highest point in the area, offering the best chance of re-establishing communications. The snow continued to fall as daylight faded. I switched on my headlamp, its beam creating a disorienting tunnel of swirling white. According to my GPS, I was still half a mile from the blind. At my current pace, fighting through snowdrifts now approaching my knees, it would take at least another hour. An hour I might not have. The forest had fallen eerily silent under its blanket of snow, but occasionally sounds reached me that didn't belong. A heavy footfall quickly muffled, branches cracking under substantial weight. Once even what sounded like heavy breathing just beyond the range of my light. The Googie was paralleling my path again, using the storm as cover, perhaps waiting for exhaustion to slow me further. I paused to catch my breath, leaning against a tree trunk. My legs burned from high-stepping through deep snow, and sweat dampened my base layers despite the cold. Not good. In these temperatures, wet clothing could lead to hypothermia quickly. I needed to regulate my pace, find the balance between speed and sustainability. As I stood there, I became aware of a peculiar sensation, a vibration through the soles of my boots, rhythmic, regular, almost like footfalls, something large, moving fast, approaching from behind. I spun, rifle raised, just as a massive shape burst from the swirling snow. My finger tightened on the trigger, but I checked myself at the last instant. Not the Googie, a bull elk, running in blind panic, antlers lowered. It thundered past, missing me by inches, vanishing into the storm as quickly as it had appeared. Elks don't run like that without cause. Something had spooked it badly enough to send it charging through a blizzard at dusk. Something it feared more than the storm. I scanned the darkness behind me, seeing nothing but snow and shadows. Then, at the very edge of my headlamp's reach, a pair of eyes reflected the light, yellow-green, unblinking, at a height that could only belong to something standing upright. As I watched, frozen, they blinked once, then disappeared. No more delaying. I turned and pushed forward with renewed urgency, no longer concerned about the noise I made. Speed was my only ally now. The GPS showed the observation blind less than quarter mile ahead, up a gentle slope. I could make it. I had to make it. The terrain steepened. My legs protested each step, muscles trembling with fatigue. The cold bit at my exposed face, snow collecting on my eyebrows and lashes. But the blind was close now. 200 yards. 150. A howl cut through the storm, long, mournful, but ending in a series of barking sounds no wolf ever made. It came from ahead of me, between my position and the blind. The Googie had cut me off. I stopped, desperately scanning for alternatives. According to my map, a rocky outcropping lay about 300 yards to the east, not as secure as the blind, but better than open forest. I adjusted my course, moving as quickly and quietly as the snow allowed. The howl came again, closer this time, followed by that same chilling, almost human chuckle I'd heard the previous night. It was enjoying this. The storm, my isolation, my growing fear, all advantageous to a predator that knew these woods intimately and could see better in darkness than I could even with my headlamp. I reached the rocks as full darkness enveloped the forest. The outcropping formed a small cliff face about 15 feet high, with a shallow cave at its base. Not ideal, but the rock wall would protect my back, and I could monitor the single approach. I swept snow from the cave floor, set up my portable stove for heat, and established a defensive position facing outward. As the small flame pushed back the darkness and provided minimal warmth, I assessed my situation. The storm showed no signs of abating. My supplies would last 3 days if carefully rationed. The satellite phone remained useless under the cloud cover, and something intelligent, powerful, and hungry was stalking me through a wilderness turned alien by snow and night. Hours passed. The wind rose, driving snow horizontally across the landscape. I fought to stay alert, but exhaustion clouded my mind. Twice I caught myself nodding off, jerking awake with my heart racing. The third time, I didn't wake until something scratched at the cave entrance. I bolted upright, rifle aimed into darkness. My stove had gone out, and with it my light source. I fumbled for my headlamp, switching it on with trembling fingers. The beam illuminated empty space. Snow had drifted into the cave entrance, unmarked by footprints or disturbances. Had I dreamed the scratching sound, hallucinated it in my exhausted state? Then my light caught it, a mark on the cave wall beside the entrance. 3 parallel grooves scored deep into the stone, fresh enough that rock dust still clung to the edges. Not a dream, not a hallucination. The Gugui had found my shelter, reached inside while I slept, and left its mark less than 2 feet from where I'd been sitting. The message was unmistakable. You are not safe. I can reach you whenever I choose. I checked my watch, 3:17 a.m. Still hours until dawn. Though in the storm, daylight would bring little advantage. I relit my stove with shaking hands, more for light than heat now. Sleep was no longer an option. I needed to remain vigilant, ready to defend myself when, not if, the Gugui returned. To keep myself awake, I reviewed what I knew about the creature. The indigenous stories described it as a night walker, a shapeshifter that could appear as man or wolf but was neither. Modern cryptozoologists speculated it might be an undiscovered species of Gigantopithecus, or a relic population of dire wolves evolved for bipedal movement. Others suggested it was merely legend, a cultural memory of times when humans weren't the apex predator. But the evidence I'd gathered pointed to something more complex. The Gugui showed problem-solving intelligence, strategic thinking, and what appeared to be psychological warfare tactics. It destroyed cameras, tracked humans across difficult terrain, and deliberately revealed itself in ways designed to induce maximum fear. No known animal behaved this way. A sound outside pulled me from my thoughts. Soft footfalls in snow, methodical and deliberate. I raised my rifle, sighting down the barrel toward the cave entrance. The footsteps circled my position, first left, then right, then directly above on the rock overhang. Pebbles and dirt showered down as something heavy shifted its weight on the cliff above me. Then silence, complete and absolute. Minutes stretched painfully as I waited, every muscle tense, ears straining for any sound. Nothing came. Eventually I allowed myself to lower the rifle slightly, though I kept it ready. A mistake. In one fluid motion, something massive dropped from the overhang, momentarily blocking the cave entrance. Before I could react, a long, powerful arm reached inside, swiping at my position. Claws raked across my left shoulder, slicing through parka and flesh alike. I cried out, squeezing the trigger reflexively. The rifle's report was deafening in the confined space. The creature withdrew instantly, a high-pitched yelp suggesting I'd scored a hit. I scrambled to the back of the cave, pressing my hand against my wounded shoulder. Warm blood seeped between my fingers. Not arterial, but deep enough to be serious without treatment. Outside I heard heavy breathing, then a low growl that transitioned into that same horrible chuckling sound. Injured but not severely, testing me again, learning my responses. "Come on then," I shouted, anger temporarily overcoming fear. "Finish it." Only the wind answered. The Gugui had withdrawn, but I knew it remained nearby, watching, waiting. This had been another test, another move in its psychological game. It could have killed me in that moment of surprise, but chose instead to wound and retreat. Why? The realization came with chilling clarity. It was prolonging the hunt, enjoying my fear, playing with its food. Blood loss and adrenaline crash left me lightheaded. I needed to treat my wound, but my first aid kit was in my pack, dropped near the cave entrance when I'd first arrived. To reach it, I'd have to move closer to where the Gugui had just been. No choice. Keeping my rifle trained on the entrance with one hand, I inched forward until I could drag the pack toward me with my foot. The first aid kit contained butterfly bandages, antiseptic and pain relievers, enough for basic treatment, not enough for a serious injury. I cleaned and dressed the wound as best I could, then swallowed 2 painkillers dry. Dawn was still hours away. The storm continued unabated, howling across the landscape like a living thing. Inside my rocky shelter, I prepared for a long night of vigilance, knowing sleep was no longer an option. The Gugui was done playing games. The next encounter would be decisive. One way or another, the hunt would end before the next sunset. First light brought little relief. A grayish illumination diffused through still falling snow. I'd survived the night through a combination of vigilance and luck, though my wounded shoulder throbbed with every heartbeat. The bleeding had stopped, but infection remained a serious concern in these conditions. Outside my shelter, the storm had transformed the forest into a white wasteland. Snowdrifts piled against trees, obscuring the landscape and reducing visibility to less than 50 yards. My hopes of reaching either the observation blind or base camp seemed increasingly futile. Even with snowshoes, travel would be dangerously slow, and the Gugui clearly held the advantage in these conditions. My radio and satellite phone remained useless. I was effectively cut off from the outside world, wounded, with dwindling supplies. And somewhere out there, the creature waited, perhaps nursing its own injury from my lucky shot. I studied the cave entrance, looking for signs of the Gugui's return during the brief periods when exhaustion had overcome my vigilance. Fresh scratches marked the stone near the opening. Not aggressive claw marks, but deliberate, almost artistic patterns. 3 parallel lines crossed by a 4th. The same design repeated at different heights. A signature? A warning? Some form of primitive communication? As I pondered this, a sound reached me through the wind. Faint but unmistakable. A human voice calling my name. "Marcus, Marcus, can you hear me?" Sarah. My heart sank. Despite my warnings, she'd left base camp to search for me. Now she was out in the open, exposed, calling attention to herself in territory the Gugui considered its own. I scrambled to the cave entrance. "Sarah," I shouted, as loudly as my parched throat allowed. "I'm here! Stop where you are!" Her voice came again, closer, but muffled by the wind. "Marcus, is that you? Stop moving," I called. "Stay where you are. I'll come to you." I gathered my essential gear rapidly: rifle, ammunition, first aid kit, water, emergency flares. My injured shoulder protested as I slung my pack. But adrenaline dulled the pain. Sarah was in immediate danger. The Gugui had proven its hunting abilities in normal conditions. In this snowstorm, tracking a human unfamiliar with the terrain would be trivial for it. I pushed through the snow, following Sarah's voice. She continued calling periodically, allowing me to navigate toward her position. The wind shifted, momentarily clearing visibility. I spotted her approximately 100 yards ahead, a small figure in bright red snow gear, standing exposed on a fallen log to gain elevation. "Sarah," I waved frantically. "Get down, it's not safe." She turned toward me, relief visible even at this distance. She waved back, starting to climb down from her perch. That's when I saw it. Movement behind her, a dark shape against the white landscape, moving with terrifying speed on all fours. The Gugui, using my distraction as the perfect moment to strike. "Behind you," I screamed, breaking into a run despite the deep snow. "Sarah, run, now!" She turned, saw the approaching predator, and froze momentarily in shock. That hesitation nearly cost her life. The Gugui launched itself in a powerful leap that would have taken her down if she hadn't finally reacted, diving sideways into a snowdrift as the creature sailed over her position. I raised my rifle, struggling to aim while running. The creature landed, spun with impossible agility, and focused on Sarah as she scrambled backward in the snow. I had seconds, at most. I fired. The shot went wide, but accomplished what I needed, diverting the Gugui's attention from Sarah to me. Its head swung in my direction, and I got my first clear look at what we'd been hunting all these years. The face was a nightmarish hybrid, elongated muzzle filled with gleaming teeth, eyes intelligent and calculating, set in a skull structure too humanoid to belong to any known animal. Its body combined the worst aspects of wolf and man, powerful shoulders and arms ending in hand-like paws with opposable thumbs and vicious claws, digicrade legs built for explosive speed and power. Dark fur covered its form, matted with ice and snow. Blood darkened the fur on its right flank where my shot from the previous night had found its mark. For a moment, hunter and hunted locked eyes across 50 yards of snow-covered ground. In that gaze, I recognized something beyond animal instinct: awareness, assessment, decision. The Gugui knew what my rifle could do. It knew I stood between it and the easier prey. It made its choice. It charged straight at me. I had time for one more shot before it closed the distance. I aimed for center mass, squeezed the trigger. The bullet struck, staggering the creature momentarily, but it recovered with frightening speed, resuming its charge with only slightly diminished velocity. No time to chamber another round. I dropped the rifle and drew my sidearm, a .44 Magnum that I'd always considered excessive until this moment. I fired twice in rapid succession as the Gugui covered the final distance between us in a blur of motion. The impact felt like being hit by a truck. We went down together in the snow, its weight crushing the breath from my lungs. Claws raking at my chest and arms as I struggled to keep its snapping jaws from my throat. The stench of its breath, copper and rot, and something chemical I couldn't identify, filled my nostrils as saliva dripped onto my face. In desperate close-quarters combat, training took over. I managed to press the barrel of my sidearm against the creature's abdomen and pulled the trigger. The report was muffled by its body. The Gugui howled, a sound that began as animal pain but shifted hideously into something almost human. It recoiled, giving me the separation I needed. I scrambled backward, firing my remaining rounds. 2 missed in my panic, but the third caught the creature in the shoulder, spinning it halfway around. It recovered with that same unnatural speed, but instead of pressing the attack, it retreated several paces, eyeing me with what could only be described as calculation. Blood matted its fur in several places, but none of the wounds appeared immediately fatal. It was injured, perhaps seriously, but far from incapacitated. I was out of ammunition for my sidearm, separated from my rifle, bleeding from multiple lacerations. Sarah was somewhere behind me, hopefully using this confrontation as an opportunity to find cover. The Gugui and I circled each other in the blood-spattered snow. My mind raced through options, none promising. My pack contained a hunting knife, practically useless against this opponent, a flare gun, potentially disorienting but unlikely to cause serious damage, a canister of bear spray, effective range too short for comfort. The bear spray. It was my only chance. Slowly I reached for my pack, maintaining eye contact with the creature. It tracked my movements, muscles tensing as if preparing for another charge. I unzipped the outer pocket with deliberate care, fingers closing around the canister. The Gugui's posture changed subtly. It recognized a weapon when it saw one, understood my intention. Before I could raise the spray, it launched into motion, not directly at me but circling to my wounded left side, looking for weakness. I pivoted, trying to keep it in front of me, but my injured shoulder slowed my reaction. The creature feinted right, then darted left, faster than anything its size should move. Claws raked my side as it passed, opening fresh wounds. I stumbled but kept my feet, managing to discharge a cloud of spray in its general direction. The capsaicin hit its mark. The Gugui recoiled, pawing at its eyes and muzzle, emitting a high-pitched keening sound that pierced the air. I used the momentary advantage to retrieve my rifle, chambering a fresh round with hands slick with my own blood. "Marcus," Sarah's voice, closer than expected. She'd circled behind me, armed with the flare gun from her own pack. "On 3. I understood her plan immediately. 3, I shouted, dropping to one knee to stabilize my aim. Sarah fired the flare. It arced through the air, a streaking red star that struck the ground near the Gugi, illuminating the scene with crimson light and filling the air with smoke. The sudden brightness and chemical smell further disoriented the already suffering creature. It reared back, exposing its chest and throat. I took the shot. The bullet struck true. The Gugui staggered, a wet gurgling sound replacing its howls. It took 2 faltering steps toward me, eyes burning with hatred and something else. Recognition, perhaps. A final acknowledgement between predators. Then its legs buckled and it collapsed into the blood-stained snow. Sarah was beside me suddenly, supporting my weight as adrenaline ebbed, bringing with it awareness of my injuries. "Is it dead?" she asked, voice trembling. "Don't know," I managed. "Can't take chances." Together we approached the fallen creature cautiously. It lay motionless, blood pooling beneath its massive form. Up close, its dimensions were even more impressive. Nearly 8 feet from snout to tail, with limbs powerfully muscled beneath its shaggy coat. I prodded it with my rifle barrel. No response. "We need to document this," I said, fumbling for my camera despite my injuries. "No one will believe." A sound interrupted me, the distinctive whup 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 of helicopter rotors, growing louder by the second. Sarah looked up, eyes wide. "The emergency beacon," she said. "I activated it when I left base camp. They must have picked up the signal when the storm cleared." I glanced skyward. She was right. The snowfall had finally stopped, patches of blue visible between thinning clouds. Perfect timing for rescue, terrible timing for documentation. By the time we convinced authorities to return to this spot, the storm would have covered all evidence, including the Gugui's body. "Quick," I said, pulling my pack camera free with bloodied fingers. "Take pictures. Everything. The body, the tracks, the blood patterns, the bullet wounds, its face, everything." Sarah worked rapidly, documenting the scene from multiple angles while I fought to remain conscious. Blood loss and exposure were taking their toll. As darkness crept into the edges of my vision, I found myself staring into the Gugui's eyes, still open, still somehow aware even in death. A worthy adversary, a creature science had failed to acknowledge despite centuries of evidence. The helicopter appeared overhead, hovering as it sought a landing zone in the forest clearing. 2 rescue paramedics rappelled down, rushing to assess our conditions. Their shouts seemed distant, underwater. I tried to direct their attention to the creature's body, but words failed me as consciousness slipped away. My last thought before darkness claimed me: would anyone believe what we'd found, or would the Gugui remain legend despite the evidence lying in blood-soaked snow? I awoke to the sterile white of a hospital room, the steady beep of monitors replacing the howl of wind through pines. An IV dripped fluids and antibiotics into my arm. Bandages covered my shoulder, chest, and side where the Gugui's claws had opened my flesh. According to the attending physician, I'd received over 60 stitches, narrowly avoided infection that would have cost me the arm, and lost enough blood to require 2 transfusions. Sarah sat beside my bed, her own injuries minor by comparison. Frostbite on 2 fingers, a sprained ankle from her dive into the snowdrift, and a shallow claw mark across her calf. She squeezed my hand when she saw I was awake. "The photos?" I asked immediately, voice raspy from disuse. Her expression told me everything before she spoke. Gone. The camera was damaged in the fight. The memory card was corrupted. Everything we documented at the scene, lost. Of course, it couldn't be that easy. The Gugui had evaded scientific discovery for centuries. It wouldn't surrender its secrets even in death. The body? I already knew the answer but needed to hear it. By the time the rescue team stabilized you enough for transport, a second storm front was moving in. They refused to delay evacuation for what they called wildlife documentation. When I tried to explain what we'd found, she trailed off, shaking her head. They assumed it was a bear or wolf, possibly rabid. Said Fish and Wildlife would investigate after the weather cleared. And did they? 3 days later, found nothing but disturbed snow and traces of blood, both yours and something else. They took samples, but without context, It'll be classified as unknown predator, possibly a bear. The storm covered everything else. I closed my eyes, frustration burning in my chest more painfully than my wounds. So close. After years of searching, I'd finally confronted the Gugui, confirmed its existence beyond any personal doubt, even killed one, and had nothing to show for it. No body, no clear photographs, no definitive evidence. What about the motion sensor footage? I asked. From the third camera? Sarah's expression brightened slightly. That we still have. It's not much, just a few seconds of something large moving at the edge of the frame. Nothing that would convince a skeptic, but it matches your description. She hesitated. There's something else. The blood samples you collected earlier in the expedition. From those scratches on the trees, the lab results came back. I sat up straighter despite the pain. And, inconclusive. DNA structure similar to Canace lupus but with significant, unexplained variations. The lab wants more samples before making definitive statements, but their preliminary report mentions potential unknown canid subspecies. A thin thread of validation, but better than nothing. The scientific community wouldn't accept potential unknown canid subspecies as proof of the Gugui, but it opened a door for further research. If I could secure funding for another expedition, with better equipment, a larger team. There's more, Sarah said, interrupting my thoughts. She reached into her bag and withdrew a small plastic evidence bag. Inside was a curved object, approximately 4 inches long, a claw. I managed to hide this before the paramedics arrived. Thought you should be the first to examine it. I took the bag with trembling hands. The claw was unlike anything in scientific literature. Too large for wolf, too curved for bear, with a serrated inner edge more reminiscent of raptor talons than mammalian claws. At its base, tissue remained where it had torn free during our struggle, potentially containing DNA that would complement the blood samples. This changes everything, I whispered, turning the claw in the light. With this, we can prove. A knock at the door interrupted me. A man in a dark suit entered without waiting for a response, followed by a woman in similar attire. Both carried themselves with the unmistakable posture of government authority. Mr. Blackwood, the man said. Not a question. I'm Agent Carver. This is Agent Lowell. We'd like to ask you some questions about the incident in Kaibab National Forest. Sarah discreetly slipped the evidence bag into her pocket as the agents approached. Their timing seemed suspiciously convenient. You've come a long way just to interview a wildlife photographer about a hiking accident, I said carefully. Agent Lowell smiled thinly. Is that what you believe happened? A hiking accident? What else would it be? I maintained eye contact, conscious of Sarah's tension beside me. Agent Carver consulted a small notebook. The paramedics reported that you were both in shock, making statements about a dogman or wolfman that attacked you. You specifically used the term Gugui repeatedly during transport. Trauma and blood loss can cause hallucinations, I replied. I'm sure that's noted in their medical report as well. Indeed, Carver's expression remained neutral. However, this isn't the first incident of this nature in the region. We've been monitoring unusual predator activity in several national forests for some time. This was unexpected. I exchanged glances with Sarah before carefully asking, what kind of unusual predator activity? That's classified, Agent Lowell interjected. What we can tell you is that your description matches other reports we've received. We're particularly interested in any evidence you might have collected. Photographs, tissue samples, tracks. Somehow they knew exactly what we'd been hunting, perhaps had known all along. The implication was staggering. A government agency tracking cryptid activity, keeping it classified rather than informing the public or scientific community. All our equipment was damaged in the storm, Sarah said smoothly. As I told the rescue team, we were studying conventional predator patterns when we were attacked by what we believe was a diseased wolf or bear. The agents exchanged looks. Mr. Blackwood, Ms. Chen, Carver said finally, we're not here to dispute your findings or confiscate your research. Quite the opposite. We represent a specialized division tasked with investigating unconventional wildlife encounters. Your expertise could be valuable to our ongoing studies." He placed a business card on the bedside table. "When you're recovered, we'd like to discuss a potential consultation arrangement. Confidential, of course, but well compensated. In the meantime," his eyes flicked to Sarah's pocket where the claw was hidden, "we'd appreciate your discretion regarding any unusual specimens you may have acquired." They left as abruptly as they'd arrived, leaving questions hanging in the sterile air. Sarah withdrew the claw from her pocket, examining it with new wariness. "What do we do?" she asked quietly. I considered our options. The agent's visit confirmed something I'd long suspected. The Gugui wasn't unknown to authorities. Its existence had been deliberately kept from public knowledge, classified like so many other inconvenient truths. But why? Protection of natural resources? National security? Something darker? "We continue our research," I said finally. "But carefully. We document everything in duplicate, store evidence in multiple secure locations, and we consider their offer, not because I trust them, but because it might give us access to information we couldn't obtain otherwise." Sarah nodded slowly. "And the claw? We get it tested privately, multiple labs under different pretexts. Compare results, build our case methodically until the evidence is too compelling to dismiss or classify. The truth about the Gugui wouldn't remain buried forever. Perhaps it had chosen me as much as I had chosen to hunt it, recognized in me the persistence necessary to bring its existence into the light after centuries of shadow. Our confrontation in the snowy forest hadn't been an ending, but a beginning. As darkness fell outside my hospital window, I found myself listening for sounds beyond the building's ambient noise, the soft padding of inhuman feet, the low chuckle that was neither man nor beast. The Gugui I'd killed had been one specimen of an unknown number. Its kind still roamed the deep wilderness, hunting, watching, waiting, and somewhere in the vast forests of North America, others like it were studying humans just as we studied them, learning our patterns, testing our defenses, selecting which of us would make suitable prey. I touched my bandaged shoulder, feeling the ache of wounds that would eventually heal into scars, permanent reminders of a truth most would never believe. The business card sat on my bedside table, its government seal catching the light. A door to answers, perhaps, or to deeper mysteries. Either way, the hunt would continue. The Gugui had revealed itself to me, and I to it. Our species were now locked in a dance of discovery and concealment that stretched back to prehistory. Predator studying predator across the narrowing wilderness between civilization and the ancient dark. And I would be ready when our paths crossed again. Every summer, our family gathers for what we call family camp. When I was young, we'd pitch tents and rough it in sleeping bags. But now that we're older with kids of our own, creature comforts have become necessary. This year, the summer of 2017, we discovered an isolated lodge buried deep in the northern British Columbia mountains. The price was reasonable, the photos looked stunning, and best of all, we'd have complete privacy, no other guests, just us and the wilderness. The drive took nearly 7 hours, the last 2 on increasingly narrow dirt roads that wound through dense pine forests. My husband Thomas drove while I studied the printed directions, my finger tracing our route on the crumpled map. Our teenage son Brandon sat in the back with his headphones on, occasionally looking up to watch the trees grow thicker and taller. The deeper we ventured, the more the sunlight struggled to penetrate the canopy above. When we finally arrived, the lodge exceeded our expectations. It was a beautiful log structure with a wraparound deck overlooking a pristine mountain lake. Several smaller cabins dotted the property, each one private and tucked among the trees. The owner, an older gentleman named Mr. Peterson, met us briefly to hand over the keys and give us a quick tour. He seemed eager to leave, mentioning something about getting back before dark, and was gone within 15 minutes. As I unpacked our things in the cabin we'd chosen, the one closest to the main lodge, I felt a strange sensation crawl across my skin. It wasn't quite fear, not yet, but an awareness. The kind of feeling you get when you realize you've forgotten something important but can't remember what. I shook it off, attributing it to exhaustion from the long drive and my tendency toward paranoia in unfamiliar places. I have a history with the woods. Several years ago, I had experiences I couldn't explain. Massive shapes moving between trees, sounds that belonged to nothing I could identify, tracks that defied logic. I've kept those encounters to myself mostly, sharing them only with Thomas, who listened but never quite believed. So when odd things began happening at the lodge, my first instinct was to rationalize them away. I didn't want to be that person again, the one everyone rolls their eyes at during family gatherings. That first evening, as we gathered for dinner on the main lodge's expansive deck, I noticed something that made my stomach tighten. The forest around us was silent, completely silent. No bird calls, no rustling of small animals, no buzzing insects, just the gentle lap of water against the shore and our own voices. I looked out across the lake, watching the way the setting sun painted the water orange and red, and felt eyes on me. When I turned to scan the tree line, I saw nothing but shadows deepening between the trunks. "You okay?" my sister Diane asked, noticing my distraction. "Yeah, just tired," I lied, forcing a smile. "It's beautiful here, isn't it?" She agreed, but I caught her glancing nervously at the woods too. Maybe I wasn't the only one feeling it. The next morning dawned gray and humid. A thick mist hung over the lake, obscuring the far shore and the small island that sat about 200 yards from our dock. Brandon was up early, eager to try out the kayaks that came with the rental. I watched from the cabin window as he dragged one of the bright yellow boats to the water's edge and pushed off, his paddle cutting smooth strokes through the still surface. I made coffee and sat on the deck, keeping an eye on him as he grew smaller in the distance. The mist was lifting slowly, revealing more of the lake. It was peaceful, almost hypnotic, watching the fog burn away. But that peace shattered when I saw Brandon suddenly stop paddling. Even from this distance, I could see his posture change, his shoulders tensing. He turned the kayak around with quick, jerky movements and began paddling back rapidly. Not the leisurely pace he'd left with, but fast, urgent strokes that sent water splashing. I stood up, my heart beginning to pound. Something was wrong. When he reached the shore, his face was pale, his breathing heavy from exertion and something else. Fear. My 16-year-old son, who'd hunted deer and elk since he was 12, who never spooked easily, looked genuinely frightened. "What happened?" I asked, helping him pull the kayak onto the shore. He glanced back at the island, now fully visible as the last of the mist dissipated. "There's something over there," he said quietly. "By the island, in the trees." "What kind of something?" "I don't know. I heard it first. Branches breaking, something moving through the brush. Heavy. I thought maybe it was a bear, so I stopped to look. But then," he paused, his jaw working. "Then I heard it move from one side of the island to the other. Fast. Too fast for a bear. And it sounded bigger. The trees were shaking." "Could it have been a deer?" I suggested, though my gut already knew better. Brandon looked at me with complete certainty. "Mom, I know what a deer sounds like. This wasn't a deer. This was something big, and it didn't want me there. I could feel it watching me." The way he said it, that phrase, "I could feel it watching me," sent ice through my veins. Because I'd felt it too. I'd been feeling it since we arrived. Thomas emerged from the cabin, coffee in hand, and Brandon repeated his story. My husband listened with the same patient skepticism he'd shown when I'd told him about my own encounters years ago. He suggested it might have been a moose or perhaps an elk, both of which could sound quite large moving through underbrush. Brandon didn't argue, but I saw the look he gave me. He knew, and now I knew I wasn't imagining things. Later that morning, my mother and Thomas decided to take the motorboat out fishing. Mom loved to fish, and Thomas rarely came back empty-handed. My father often joked that Thomas could drop a line into a puddle and pull out a trout. They packed a cooler with drinks and sandwiches and headed out across the lake, their voices carrying across the water until they rounded a bend and disappeared from view. I spent the time with the kids organizing a game of cards in the main lodge while Diane and her husband went for a hike. The hours passed pleasantly enough, though I found myself repeatedly drawn to the windows, scanning the tree line. That feeling of being observed never fully left, just ebbed and flowed like a tide. When the boat returned in the early afternoon, I could tell immediately something was off. Thomas's usual post-fishing grin was absent, replaced by a tight-lipped expression that meant he was troubled. My mother looked equally disturbed as they tied up the boat and began unloading. "How was the fishing?" I called out, walking down to meet them. "We caught some," Thomas replied, his voice flat, "but we threw them all back." "Why? Did you not catch your limit?" "Come see," my mother said, gesturing to the cleaning station near the dock. They had kept one fish, apparently, to show us. It lay on the wooden surface, a decent-sized rainbow trout that should have been perfect for dinner. Thomas picked up his fillet knife and made the first cut. The smell hit me immediately, a putrid, rotten stench that had no business coming from a freshly caught fish. As he opened it up, my stomach turned. The inside was wrong. Instead of the clean pink flesh you'd expect, the meat was grayish and decomposing, and moving, writhing with white parasitic worms that seemed to fill every cavity of the fish's body. "They were all like this," Thomas said, his voice quiet. "Every single one we caught. We must have pulled in 8 or 9 fish, and every one of them was rotting from the inside out." "How is that possible?" I asked, though I didn't really want to know the answer. "The water looks clean. They were swimming fine when you caught them." "Swimming normally," my mother confirmed. "You couldn't tell anything was wrong until we opened them up. I've been fishing for 40 years and I've never seen anything like this." Thomas disposed of the fish, wrapping it carefully before putting it in the trash. We all agreed. No fish from this lake would be consumed. Later that evening, I tried to push the incident from my mind, but it kept creeping back. Something was wrong with this place. The absence of wildlife, the rotting fish, Brandon's experience on the lake, the constant sensation of being watched. It was all adding up to something I didn't want to acknowledge. When I mentioned my concerns to Thomas that night as we prepared for bed, he sighed. "You're overthinking it," he said gently. "Yes, the fish thing was weird, but it's probably just a parasite bloom in the lake. It happens. And Brandon probably did hear something big. There are plenty of large animals in these mountains. You're letting your imagination run away with you." He meant it kindly, trying to ease my mind, but his words had the opposite effect. I knew he was keeping something from me, being deliberately calm so I wouldn't spiral into fear. Thomas knew me well enough to know that once I started seeing patterns, I couldn't unsee them. I didn't sleep well that night. The cabin was too quiet. No sounds from outside, no nocturnal animals moving about, no owls calling, just oppressive silence pressing against the walls. On the third day, the kids were getting restless from being cooped up around the lodge. The weather had improved, bright sunshine and a cool breeze, so we decided to take a walk up the logging road that led away from the property. It was a decent hike, winding upward through the forest, and we figured it would burn off some of their excess energy. We set out as a group: me, Thomas, Brandon, my brother's 2 kids, and my sister's daughter. The adults stayed back at the lodge, taking the opportunity for some quiet time. The road was well maintained, carved into the mountainside with the forest rising steeply on one side and falling away on the other. We'd been walking for maybe 20 minutes, the kids chattering and exploring the ditches on either side of the road, when Thomas suddenly stopped ahead of me. He was staring down into the ditch on the uphill side, his posture rigid. "Come look at this," he called to me, his voice strange, not quite scared, but definitely unsettled. I hurried over, and what I saw made my breath catch in my throat. There, pressed into the soft earth at the bottom of the ditch, was a footprint. But calling it a footprint felt inadequate. It was massive, easily 3 feet long and proportionally wide. The impression was deep, sunk into the soil at least 6 inches, indicating tremendous weight. The outline was humanoid, definitely a foot shape with visible toe impressions, but the scale was all wrong. "What could make that?" I whispered, though I already knew. I'd seen similar tracks before, years ago, during one of my encounters. Thomas was trying to work it out logically. A bear print can get pretty big, he offered, but even as he said it, he was shaking his head. This was no bear print. The shape was wrong, and bears don't walk upright, leaving single deep impressions like this. What made it even more disturbing was the location. The road was carved into the hillside, with the uphill side rising sharply, at least 10 feet of near vertical earth before the forest began. I'm 5 feet 11 inches tall, and when I stood in the ditch, that wall of earth towered over me. Whatever made this print had dropped down from that height in a single leap, landed on one foot with enough force to sink deep into the ground, and then presumably leapt back up or continued on down the road. Thomas, ever the skeptic turning into a believer, decided to test if it was possible for a human to scale that wall. He tried to climb it, digging his hands and feet into the soft earth, but it was too loose. He slid back down, dirt cascading around him. "There's no way someone climbed this," he admitted, brushing off his pants. "It's too unstable." The kids had gathered around now, and I could see their excitement turning to unease as they processed what they were seeing. Brandon crouched down near the print, studying it carefully. "This was here recently," he said, pointing to the clean edges of the impression. "If this was old, the sides would have eroded. This happened in the last day or two." A chill swept through me that had nothing to do with the breeze. Something huge had been on this road recently, walking the same path we were walking now. I looked up the road ahead of us, then back the way we'd come, suddenly very aware of how isolated we were. The forest pressed in on both sides, thick and impenetrable. "We should head back," I said, trying to keep my voice steady for the kids' sake. "It's getting close to lunchtime anyway." Thomas agreed readily, and I could tell he was more shaken than he wanted to admit. We turned around and headed back to the lodge, the walk passing in relative silence. The kids sensed our mood and stopped their chattering. Every rustle in the woods made us all jump slightly. That evening, I wanted to go back with a camera to document the print, but Thomas talked me out of it. "It'll be dark soon," he reasoned, "and if something did make that print, I don't want to be out there advertising our presence." He had a point, though it frustrated me. Part of me needed evidence, proof that I wasn't losing my mind. But the other part, the part that understood predators, knew Thomas was right. I woke before dawn on the fourth day, unable to remain still any longer. The bed in our cabin was uncomfortable, yes, but that wasn't really why I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I felt exposed, vulnerable. My ears strained for sounds outside, footsteps, breathing, anything that would confirm the presence I felt watching us. I slipped out of bed quietly, trying not to wake Thomas, and grabbed my camera. The sun was just beginning to lighten the eastern sky, turning it from black to deep purple. This was the magic hour for photography, and I thought maybe capturing some beauty would help calm my nerves. I stepped outside, and the cold morning air bit at my skin. The lodge grounds were silent and still. I walked toward the lake, camera in hand, hoping to catch some early morning waterfowl or perhaps an eagle. I'd noticed the bird shortage during our stay, another red flag, but surely something would appear at dawn. I was right. Within minutes, I spotted several small birds in a tree near the shore. They were chirping and flitting about, their songs breaking the silence pleasantly. I raised my camera, adjusting the lens, and waited for a good shot. The birds continued their morning chorus, and I felt myself relax slightly. This was normal. This was what wilderness was supposed to sound like. Then, all at once, the birds went quiet. Completely quiet. Mid-song, they simply stopped, and the silence that followed was deafening. My finger froze on the camera's shutter button. Every instinct in my body screamed at me that something was wrong. I lowered the camera slowly and stood perfectly still, listening. My hearing seemed to sharpen, picking up every tiny sound, the gentle lap of water on the shore, the creak of tree branches in a breeze I couldn't feel, and then something else, footsteps. Not the light patter of a small animal, but heavy, deliberate steps in gravel. The sound was coming from behind our cabin. Slow, measured footsteps crunching on the gravel path that ran along the back of the cabins. My first thought was that Thomas had somehow gotten out without me seeing him and was walking around the back, perhaps planning to jump out and scare me, one of his favorite pranks. I smiled despite my nervousness, turning to call out to him, but before I could speak, the cabin door opened, and Thomas emerged, stretching and yawning. He was wearing the same clothes he'd gone to bed in, his hair sticking up in every direction. "Hey," he said, spotting me. "You're up early." My mouth went dry. If Thomas was just now coming out of the cabin, who or what was walking behind it? "Thomas," I whispered urgently. "I just heard someone walking behind our cabin, right now, seconds ago." His expression changed instantly, sleep falling away. "You sure?" "I heard footsteps in the gravel. Heavy ones. I thought it was you." Without discussing it further, we moved together toward the back of our cabin. The gravel path was there, running between our cabin and the tree line, maybe 15 feet of open space. We walked slowly, scanning the ground for prints, looking for any sign of who or what had been there. Nothing. The gravel showed no obvious tracks, though it would be hard to leave clear impressions on the small stones. We split up, Thomas going right along the path while I went left. Both of us heading toward the forest's edge. I was acutely aware that we were being stupid, separating like this, but neither of us said it out loud. I reached the end of the path and was about to turn back when that sensation hit me again, stronger than ever. Being watched. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up and goosebumps raced down my arms. I turned to look back toward Thomas and froze. Behind him, maybe 40 feet into the forest, a large tree branch was moving. Not swaying in the wind, there was no wind, but bouncing up and down rhythmically, as if something massive was holding it down and releasing it. The branch was thick, probably 8 inches in diameter, and it bounced with such force that I could see the whole tree shaking. I watched, unable to speak or move, as the branch bounced 3, 4, 5 times, then stopped. The tree settled. Everything went still. "Thomas," I finally managed to call out. "Thomas, come back." He heard the urgency in my voice and jogged back to me. "What? Did you find something?" "Behind you in the trees. That big branch was moving. Something was making it move." He turned to look, but of course there was nothing now. The forest was perfectly still. He started to respond, probably to offer some logical explanation, but I cut him off. "I know what I saw. Something was there, and it was watching you. We need to go inside, now." The tone of my voice must have convinced him because he didn't argue. We walked quickly back to our cabin, and I made sure to lock the door behind us. Not that a lock would do much good, but it made me feel slightly better. Over coffee, we discussed what to do. Thomas was finally admitting that things were strange, though he still tried to rationalize each incident individually. But when I pointed out the pattern, the absence of animals, the rotting fish, Brandon's experience, the footprint, the footsteps, the moving branch, he couldn't deny that something was off. "Maybe we should consider leaving early," I suggested carefully. Thomas looked torn. "We can't. Your whole family is here. If we leave, we'll have to explain why, and you know how that will sound. Plus, we paid for the whole week." He was right. If I tried to explain my fears to my family, most of them would dismiss it as my overactive imagination. We decided to stay but agreed to be more careful. No more wandering off alone. No more early morning photography sessions. We'd stick together and tough it out for the remaining days. It seemed like a reasonable plan at the time. By the 5th day, the atmosphere around the lodge had shifted noticeably. Everyone seemed on edge, though most wouldn't admit it directly. We gathered on the main lodge deck in the afternoon, and the conversation eventually turned to the strange things we'd been experiencing. My sister Diane was the first to really open up. She looked uncomfortable, glancing at her husband before speaking. "Okay, I'm just going to say it. We've been seeing things outside our cabin window at night." "What kind of things?" I asked, trying to keep the eagerness out of my voice. "Shadows, shaped like people but completely black. They stand just outside the window, at the edge of where the porch light reaches. Every time I look directly at them, they move back into the darkness. At first, I thought it was my eyes playing tricks, but it's happened 3 nights in a row now. My mother, who had been sitting quietly, suddenly leaned forward. I've seen those too, outside the lodge. I thought I was going crazy, so I didn't say anything. The relief on Diane's face was visible. They weren't alone in their experiences, and neither was I. Thomas cleared his throat and described something he'd witnessed the day before that he hadn't mentioned to me. I was down by the shore, he began, and I saw this thing in the air. It looked like a huge spider web, but it was floating. Not being carried by wind, actually floating, moving with purpose. It was maybe 4 feet across with this defined circular shape and strands hanging down from it. I could see through it, but it definitely had substance. Spider babies, my brother James suggested. When they hatch, they send out silk and float on the wind. I know what that looks like, Thomas insisted. This wasn't that. This was something else. It moved against the wind, and it had a pattern to it. Geometric, almost. We all sat in silence for a moment, processing this. James, who had been high for most of the trip, something he did to deal with anxiety, suddenly spoke up. So I'm not just stoned out of my mind. What do you mean? I asked. This whole place feels wrong. Like, physically wrong. I keep getting dizzy, like the ground is moving under me. At first I figured it was because I've been smoking too much, but if you guys are feeling weird too. Multiple people nodded. The sensation of unsteadiness, of being slightly off balance, had plagued most of us. We'd attributed it to various causes: poor sleep, altitude, stress. But hearing that we'd all experienced it made it clear something else was at play. And the sounds, my mother added. Has anyone else heard knocking, like someone hitting a tree with a baseball bat? My heart jumped. I'd heard it that morning but hadn't mentioned it. Yes, I confirmed. Multiple knocks coming from different directions. The conversation continued, each person adding their own strange observations. The constant feeling of being watched. The way sound seemed to carry oddly, sometimes too far and sometimes not far enough. The complete absence of normal forest wildlife. Even the lodge's groundskeeper had seemed nervous and hurried during his brief visit. What disturbed me most was that these weren't hysterical people prone to flights of fancy. My family were practical, down-to-earth types. Diane was a nurse. James was an accountant. My mother had lived in rural areas her whole life. For all of them to admit something was wrong meant it truly was. We made a pact then. No one goes anywhere alone. We'd stick together for the remaining time, and we'd all leave first thing in the morning on our scheduled departure day. Just one more night to get through. As evening approached, the unease grew thicker. We all gathered in the main lodge for dinner, nobody wanting to be in their separate cabins. The kids picked up on our nervousness and became clingy and quiet. We tried to maintain a normal atmosphere, but it felt forced. The 6th day wore on with agonizing slowness. We were all eager to leave but trying not to show it, especially in front of the kids. Thomas and I had put off packing until the evening, preferring to keep busy during the day rather than sit in our cabin dwelling on our fear. As the sun began to set, we finally made our way back to our cabin to gather our belongings. Brandon was with his cousins in the main lodge, and we could hear their laughter carrying across the property. It should have been comforting, but instead it just made me aware of how far away they were. We worked in silence at first, folding clothes and organizing bags. I was halfway through packing my toiletries when the smell hit me. It was overwhelming. A thick, putrid stench like rotting meat mixed with wet dog and something else I couldn't identify. Something musky and wild. Oh God, I gagged, covering my nose. What is that? Thomas was bent over, putting items in our SUV. He stood up, looking confused. What? That smell? You can't smell that? He sniffed the air and shrugged. I don't smell anything. Are you kidding me? It's horrible. It smells like something died and then got left in a swamp. I walked closer to him, and the smell intensified. It was strongest near the car, near him. For a moment, I genuinely thought he'd had an accident. Thomas, seriously, did you know? No, he looked offended. I really don't smell anything. But as I watched, his expression changed. His eyes widened. and he started sniffing more deliberately. Wait, oh my God, what is that? The smell had found him too, and his reaction confirmed I wasn't hallucinating. It was real, and it was strong enough to make both of us nauseous. The air felt thick with it, oppressive, and then we both felt it simultaneously. That sensation we'd come to dread. We weren't alone. The snap of a branch came from our left, somewhere in the trees. Not a small twig breaking, but something substantial. The sound of wood splintering under significant weight. Then another sound, this one from slightly closer. A deep thud, like something incredibly heavy striking a tree trunk. Thomas and I locked eyes. Every horror movie I'd ever seen flashed through my mind, particularly the scenes where people died because they investigated strange sounds instead of running. But this was real, and there was nowhere to run to. Our cabin was behind us, the main lodge was across the property, and between us and safety was whatever was making those sounds. "We need to go," Thomas said quietly, his voice tight with controlled fear. "Now. Main lodge. We left everything. Our half-packed bags, the car door open, all of it, and moved quickly toward the main lodge. Not quite running, because running might trigger a chase response, but walking as fast as we could without breaking into a sprint. The distance felt enormous, though it was probably only 100 yards. Another thud echoed behind us, this one powerful enough that I felt it vibrate through the ground. It was closer. Whatever was back there knew we were leaving, and it didn't like it. We reached the main lodge and burst through the door, startling everyone inside. My mother took one look at our faces and stood up. What happened? Thomas locked the door behind us. A futile gesture, really. But it made us feel slightly better. There's something out there, in the woods behind our cabin. We heard it moving around and there was this smell. I was shaking now, the adrenaline catching up with me. Diane went to the window to look out, but I stopped her. "Don't," I said. "Don't look. Just leave it alone." We told them what had happened, and nobody argued or tried to rationalize it away this time. The tension in the room was tangible. We were all scared, truly scared, and there was no point pretending otherwise. "We should have left days ago," Diane said quietly. "We're leaving first thing in the morning," I replied. "We pack up at first light and get out of here." That night we all stayed in the main lodge. Nobody wanted to return to their individual cabins. We pushed furniture around to make sleeping arrangements, with the adults taking turns staying awake to watch the windows. The kids thought it was an adventure, a big sleepover, and we did our best to maintain that fiction. But those of us on watch duty saw things, shadows moving past the windows, shapes that were too tall and too broad to be anything we could identify. Once, around 2 in the morning, something massive walked past the side of the lodge. I could hear its footsteps on the gravel, the same heavy, deliberate footfalls I'd heard behind our cabin. It circled the lodge twice, then stopped at the back door. For 10 minutes, it stood there. I knew it was there because I could hear its breathing, deep, rumbling breaths that sounded almost mechanical. Thomas stood next to me, his hand gripping mine so tightly it hurt. We barely breathed ourselves, terrified that any sound would provoke it to try the door. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the footsteps moved away, retreating back into the forest, but the feeling of being watched never left. Whatever was out there knew we were in here, and it was patient. Dawn couldn't come fast enough. As soon as the first gray light appeared in the eastern sky, we started moving. Nobody suggested staying for breakfast or taking advantage of our last morning. We moved with quiet efficiency, gathering our things from the individual cabins in groups, nobody going anywhere alone. The morning revealed evidence of the night's visitors. In the soft earth around the lodge, we found tracks, massive footprints similar to the one we'd seen on the road, but these were everywhere. It had circled the lodge multiple times. There were also handprints on one of the windows, pressed against the glass from outside. They were huge, easily twice the size of Thomas's hands, with long fingers that left smudges on the pane. We loaded the cars in record time. Brandon helped carry bags without his usual complaining, his face pale and serious. Even the younger kids seemed to sense the urgency. We didn't speak much, just worked and kept glancing at the tree line. Mr. Peterson appeared as we were finishing, driving up in his pickup truck. He looked unsurprised to see us leaving, his face resigned. "Heading out early?" he asked, though it wasn't really a question. "Yes," I replied simply. I didn't offer an explanation, and he didn't ask for one. I did end up sending him an email later, once we were safely home. I detailed our experiences, not all of them, but enough. I expected him to dismiss it or offer mundane explanations. Instead, his response came within hours. "Thank you for letting me know," he wrote. "I'm sorry your stay was cut short. You're not the first guests to experience unusual activity on the property. Several groups have left early over the past few years, all reporting similar things: sounds in the night, the feeling of being watched, strange sightings. Some people don't notice anything at all, but others seem to attract attention. I don't advertise these incidents because the property is beautiful and most guests have wonderful stays, but I understand why you left, and I don't blame you. I hope your family is well, and I've refunded your last 2 nights." His email confirmed what we'd all known but didn't want to believe. Something lived in those woods. Something large, something intelligent, and something that didn't want us there. Whether it was what I suspected, what I'd encountered before, and what countless others have reported for generations, didn't really matter. What mattered was that we'd gotten out. The drive home felt longer than the drive there, but we didn't mind. Every mile between us and that place was a relief. We stopped in the first small town we came to, and had breakfast at a diner, the normalcy of pancakes and coffee and other people almost bringing me to tears. The next year, when it came time to plan our family camp, nobody suggested going back. We found a popular campground instead, one with lots of other campers, park rangers on duty, and cell phone service. It wasn't as private or as beautiful, but it was safe. I still think about that lodge sometimes, especially at night. I wonder if other families are there now, experiencing what we did. I wonder if they'll recognize the signs quickly enough, or if they'll rationalize them away until it's too late. And I wonder about what we encountered, whether it was curious, territorial, or something else entirely. Some questions are better left unanswered. Some places are better left undisturbed. And some experiences change you in ways you can't quite explain to people who weren't there. My family doesn't talk about it much, but I know they remember. I see it in their faces when someone suggests camping in remote areas. I hear it in the quick no when anyone mentions British Columbia. We went looking for peace and beauty in the wilderness, and we found something else entirely, something old and powerful and unknowable, and we were lucky. Very lucky that it let us leave. Not everyone is that fortunate. This story takes place 11 years ago, when I was just 14 years old. I lived in a small, isolated town tucked away in the mountains of northwest North Carolina, where the fog rolled thick through the valleys every morning, and the nearest grocery store was a 30-minute drive away. My family, my father, mother, and younger brother, had recently moved into an old farmhouse that sat at the end of a winding country road. The move had been sudden, prompted by my father's new job at the lumber mill, and none of us had been prepared for just how remote our new home would be. I loved everything about our new location. Unlike our previous suburban neighborhood with its manicured lawns and chain-link fences, this place felt wild and untamed. Ancient oak trees surrounded our property, their gnarled branches reaching toward the sky like twisted fingers. At night, the darkness was absolute. No streetlights, no passing cars, just the sound of wind moving through the pines and the occasional howl of coyotes in the distance. Our nearest neighbor lived down a long gravel driveway that branched off from our road. His name was Dan, a weathered man in his late 60s who had lived in these mountains his entire life. The driveway to his house stretched nearly half a mile through dense woods, and you couldn't see his home from the main road at all. Dan was a solitary figure, but friendly enough when we encountered him. He had deep-set eyes that seemed to hold secrets about these woods, and his hands were calloused from decades of manual labor. One afternoon, shortly after we'd settled in, Dan stopped by our house with a basket of tomatoes from his garden. As my father talked with him on the porch, Dan mentioned that he owned over 200 acres of forested land that extended deep into the mountains. He told me I was welcome to explore his property, to hunt and hike as I pleased. Growing up in the Southeast, I had always felt a profound connection to the outdoors. It was in my blood, part of my identity. The invitation felt like a gift. Several weeks passed before I worked up the courage to take Dan up on his offer. It was a Saturday morning in early October, and the air had that crisp quality that signals the arrival of autumn. The leaves were just beginning to turn, painting the mountains in shades of amber and crimson. I decided this would be the perfect day to venture into the woods. My younger brother, who was 10 at the time, was initially resistant to the idea. He preferred video games and television to outdoor activities, and the thought of hiking through rough terrain didn't appeal to him. But I was persistent, and after nearly an hour of promising him we'd stop at the gas station for candy on the way back, he finally agreed to come along. We informed our parents of our plans over breakfast. My mother was hesitant, her brow furrowing with concern as she looked out the kitchen window toward the tree line. But my father, who had grown up in these very mountains, seemed unconcerned. He simply gave us a strict deadline. We needed to be back home before sunset, which would be around 6:30 p.m. That gave us roughly 8 hours to explore. I gathered my supplies carefully, a pair of binoculars that had belonged to my grandfather, a thick jacket in case the temperature dropped, and most importantly, my blaze orange hunting hat. This wasn't just a fashion choice. It was a safety necessity. Deer hunting season had opened in late September, and these woods would be full of hunters. The bright orange would ensure no one mistook us for game. I also packed 2 bottles of water and some granola bars. We didn't have cell phones back then, or rather, I didn't. They were just starting to become common among teenagers, but my family couldn't afford one yet. Not that it would have mattered much in these mountains anyway. The cell service was virtually non-existent, with the nearest tower miles away on the other side of the ridge. The walk down Dan's driveway took us 15 minutes. The gravel crunched beneath our boots, and I could hear my brother's breathing behind me, slightly labored from the incline. The driveway was bordered on both sides by thick undergrowth, honeysuckle vines tangled with wild blackberry bushes, creating an impenetrable wall of vegetation. It felt like walking through a tunnel, with the canopy overhead blocking out much of the morning sunlight. When we finally reached Dan's house, a modest cabin with a tin roof and a wraparound porch, we found him outside splitting firewood. The rhythmic thunk of his axe against wood echoed through the clearing. He paused when he saw us, wiping sweat from his forehead with a red bandana. "Going for a hike?" he asked, his voice gravelly from years of smoking. "Yes, sir," I replied. "Just wanted to let you know we'd be on your property." He nodded slowly, his eyes scanning the tree line behind his house. "Be careful out there," he said, and something in his tone made me pause. It wasn't just casual advice. There was weight to his words, a warning I didn't fully understand. These woods can be tricky, easy to get turned around. We thanked him and set off into the forest. The terrain was immediately challenging. This part of North Carolina is characterized by steep hills and deep valleys, and within minutes we were climbing at a 45-degree angle, grabbing onto saplings to pull ourselves up. My brother complained constantly, but I was exhilarated. The forest smelled incredible, a mixture of pine sap, damp earth, and decaying leaves. An hour into our hike, after we'd crested a particularly brutal hill, we stumbled upon something unexpected, a narrow path cutting through the undergrowth. It was barely visible, just a slight depression in the forest floor, where the vegetation grew less densely. But it was definitely man-made, intentional. "Should we follow it?" my brother asked, his voice uncertain. I hesitated. We'd been bushwhacking through thick brush for the past hour, and the idea of having an actual path to walk on was tempting. Besides, I was curious about where it led. Maybe it would take us to a good hunting spot, or perhaps to some scenic overlook. "Yeah," I said, "let's check it out." The path wound through the forest in serpentine curves, always maintaining the same general direction, deeper into the mountains, away from civilization. The trees here were different, older, massive pines that must have been growing for a century or more, their trunks so thick it would take 3 people holding hands to encircle them. The forest floor was carpeted with brown needles that muffled our footsteps. We had been walking for about 15 minutes when I noticed the deer stand. It was positioned about 20 feet up in a sturdy oak tree, constructed from weather-beaten plywood and 2x4s. What caught my attention immediately was the camouflage netting that had been carefully draped around the entire structure, making it nearly invisible from ground level. I only spotted it because a beam of sunlight happened to reflect off one of the nails. My brother wanted to keep moving, but my curiosity was overwhelming. Deer stands weren't uncommon in these woods, but something about this one felt different. It was too well hidden, too carefully concealed. Most hunters wanted their stands to be somewhat visible so they could find them again easily. This one seemed designed to avoid detection. "I'm going to climb up and take a look," I announced. The climb was more difficult than I'd anticipated. The wooden ladder rungs were slick with moss and morning dew, and several of them creaked ominously under my weight. When I finally pulled myself onto the platform, my heart was hammering from both exertion and a growing sense of unease. The stand was empty, which provided some relief. But as I settled onto the plywood platform and looked out through the camouflage netting, my breath caught in my throat. There, roughly 300 yards away through a gap in the trees, I could see a structure. At first I thought it might be another hunting cabin. Dan had mentioned there were a few scattered throughout his property, but as I raised my binoculars and focused on it, I realized this was something else entirely. "There's a house out there," I called down to my brother. "I want to get closer." "Are you crazy?" he shouted back. "We don't know who lives there." He had a point, but the structure looked abandoned from this distance, and I couldn't shake my curiosity. After some argument, my brother reluctantly agreed to continue, though I could tell he was becoming increasingly nervous. We left the path and bushwhacked in the direction of the structure. The going was rough. We had to navigate around a ravine choked with kudzu vines and push through stands of mountain laurel that seemed determined to block our way. About 100 yards from the deer stand, we encountered something that made us both stop dead in our tracks. It was a jeep, or rather, what remained of one. The vehicle sat off to the side of what appeared to be an even narrower path, one we hadn't noticed before. The Jeep was ancient, its paint job faded to a mottled gray-green by years of exposure to the elements. All 4 tires were completely flat, and rust had eaten through the wheel wells and lower doors. Vines had begun growing through the engine compartment, and when I peered through the shattered driver's side window, I saw that the interior had been completely overtaken by mold. What struck me most was the location. We were miles from any road wide enough to accommodate a vehicle. How had this Jeep gotten all the way out here? Had there once been a road that had long since been reclaimed by the forest? Or had someone deliberately driven it to this remote location for reasons I couldn't fathom? Beyond the Jeep, the ground sloped sharply upward, a steep embankment that required us to use our hands as much as our feet to climb. At the top of this rise, breathing hard, we got our first clear view of the structure I'd seen from the deer stand. Calling it a house was generous. It was barely more than a shack, a ramshackle construction that looked like it might collapse in the next strong wind. The exterior walls were a patchwork of mismatched materials: weathered plywood, corrugated tin, even what appeared to be pieces of old highway signs nailed haphazardly in place. Every single window had been covered, not with curtains or blinds, but with newspaper pages that had yellowed with age and weather. Someone had used thick strips of duct tape to secure them, creating an airtight seal that made the structure look almost bunker-like. The roof was in terrible condition. A blue tarp had been stretched across roughly half of it, held in place by rocks and pieces of wood. The other half showed obvious holes where shingles had fallen away. The screen door hung crooked on its hinges, and more duct tape crisscrossed its surface. To the right of the shack sat an old swing set, the kind you might find in a backyard playground, but this one had been abandoned long ago. The swings were gone, leaving only rusted chains hanging from the crossbar. The metal frame had oxidized to a deep orange-brown, and the legs had sunk unevenly into the ground, causing the whole structure to lean at a precarious angle. Something about that swing set disturbed me deeply. The thought of children once playing in this desolate place. Then the smell hit us. It wasn't the stench of death or decay. I'd encountered dead animals in the woods before and knew what that smelled like. This was different, chemical in nature, sharp and acrid. It burned my nostrils and made my eyes water. I couldn't identify it, had never smelled anything quite like it before, but it triggered an instinctive alarm in my brain. This was the smell of something dangerous, something wrong. My brother grabbed my arm. "We need to leave," he whispered, his voice shaking. "Right now." I knew he was right, but my feet wouldn't move. I was frozen, staring at that newspaper-covered shack, trying to understand what I was seeing. Instead of listening to my brother's pleas, I began to circle the structure, staying low and moving as quietly as possible through the underbrush. I told myself I just wanted to see what was behind the building, that I'd only take a quick look and then we'd leave. But truthfully, something had taken hold of me, a morbid fascination that overrode my common sense. The rear of the property revealed even more disturbing details. A small camper trailer sat about 30 yards behind the main shack, and unlike the abandoned appearance of the house, this camper showed clear signs of current habitation. A battered pickup truck was parked beside it, the kind of old Ford that had probably been driven into the ground decades ago but somehow kept running through sheer stubbornness and duct tape. But what really caught my attention was the equipment scattered around the area. Dozens of large blue barrels, the kind that hold 50 gallons or more, were arranged in rough rows. Plastic tubes and hoses snaked between them, creating a complex network I couldn't begin to understand. There were several backpacks lying in the dirt, along with multiple coolers, some open and some sealed shut. Empty containers of what looked like drain cleaner and paint thinner were piled near the tree line. A thin plume of white smoke rose from somewhere near the camper, and I realized the chemical smell was emanating from that direction. It was much stronger here, so intense I could taste it in the back of my throat, bitter and metallic. That's when everything clicked into place. The isolated location, the concealed deer stand, providing a view of anyone approaching, the barrels and hoses and chemical smell, the newspapers covering the windows. I'd seen enough public service announcements at school and warnings from local law enforcement to recognize what I was looking at. These people were cooking methamphetamine. The realization hit me like a physical blow, and for a moment, I couldn't breathe. We weren't just trespassing on someone's property. We had stumbled onto an active drug laboratory, the kind of place where people carried guns and didn't ask questions before shooting. The kind of place where two kids could disappear and never be found. I turned to my brother, forcing my voice to remain calm, even though terror was clawing at my chest. "We need to leave right now. Walk backward slowly until we're behind that tree line, then we run. Understand?" His face had gone pale, and I could see he understood the danger even if he didn't fully grasp what we'd discovered. He nodded, his eyes wide. We had just started to back away when a voice shattered the silence. "Hey, hey you!" The shout came from the direction of the camper, and I spun around to see a figure standing in the doorway. Even from this distance, we were maybe 75 yards away, I could tell he was looking directly at us. He was pointing, his arm extended like an accusation. My first thought was that we were far enough away and hidden enough by the undergrowth that he couldn't possibly see us clearly. But then I remembered the bright orange hat on my head, practically glowing against the muted browns and greens of the forest. I might as well have been waving a flag. I yanked the hat off my head and stuffed it into my jacket pocket with shaking hands. When I looked up again, a second man had emerged from the camper. Both of them were shouting now, their words indistinct but the anger in their voices unmistakable. Then I saw what made my stomach drop. Both men were holding firearms. "Run," I said to my brother. Then, louder, "Run." We bolted. Behind us I heard more shouting, and then a new sound that made my blood freeze, the deep aggressive barking of a large dog. I risked a glance over my shoulder and saw them releasing the animal from a chain. It was massive, dark-colored, possibly a Rottweiler or pit bull mix. The dog lunged forward the moment it was free, pulling the men along as they gave chase. The men were screaming threats now, their voices echoing through the forest. I couldn't make out most of the words, but the ones I did catch made it clear what would happen if they caught us. My brother was running beside me, his face twisted in absolute terror, tears streaming down his cheeks. The terrain that had seemed merely challenging on our way in now felt like an impossible obstacle course. We crashed through underbrush, leaped over fallen logs, and scrambled down slopes that threatened to send us tumbling. Behind us, the dogs' barking grew louder, closer. The men were shouting directions to each other, coordinating their pursuit. My mind was racing, trying to calculate distances and angles. They were gaining on us, there was no question about that. The dog was faster than we could ever be, and the men knew these woods. We were running blindly while they were hunting us with purpose and experience. That's when I knew we couldn't outrun them. We had to hide. Up ahead, I spotted a massive fallen oak tree lying perpendicular to our path. It must have come down in a storm years ago because it was enormous, at least 4 feet in diameter at the base. The root ball had torn out of the ground when it fell, creating a crater on one side. There, I grabbed my brother's arm and pulled him toward the tree. "Get on the other side and press yourself against it, as tight as you can." He didn't argue, just scrambled around to the far side of the massive trunk and pressed himself into the depression where the tree met the ground. I could hear the dog getting closer. We had maybe 30 seconds at most. I ran in the opposite direction, toward a small creek I could hear babbling somewhere ahead. My lungs were burning, my legs screaming in protest, but I pushed harder. When I reached the creek, it was barely 6 feet across. I yanked the orange hat from my pocket and threw it as far as I could to the opposite bank. Then I turned and sprinted back to the fallen tree. I tucked myself in front of my brother, trying to shield him with my body, and began frantically piling leaves and small branches over us. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely grip anything. I could hear the dog now, close enough that its barking seemed to vibrate through my chest. The men's footsteps crunched through the undergrowth. We pressed ourselves against that tree and stopped breathing. The dog reached us first. I could hear it panting, could smell its breath. It ran right past us, not even 3 feet from where we lay hidden. The men followed seconds later, and I got my first clear look at them through the gaps in our camouflage of leaves. The one holding the dog's chain was tall and heavyset, with long unkempt hair that fell past his shoulders. His beard was massive, a wild tangle of gray and black that covered most of his face. He wore filthy overalls and boots that looked like they hadn't been cleaned in months. The other man was shorter but more wiry, and he was the one carrying the rifle. They stopped less than 30 yards from our hiding spot, right at the edge of the creek. The dog had found my hat and was sniffing it intensely, whining and pulling at its chain. The shorter man picked up the hat, turning it over in his hands. "They can't be far," he said, his voice carrying clearly in the still air. We were right on top of them. The bearded man grunted, scanning the forest. For one terrible moment, his gaze seemed to linger on the fallen tree where we hid. My heart was pounding so hard I was certain he could hear it. My brother's hand found mine and I squeezed back, trying to send him some kind of reassurance I didn't feel. "Come on," the shorter man finally said. They crossed the creek, can't have gotten far. They started moving again, heading in the opposite direction from where we needed to go. The dog went with them reluctantly, still fixated on my hat. We waited, listening to the sound of their voices and the dog's barking fade into the distance. I counted to 300 in my head, forcing myself to wait even though every instinct screamed at me to run. When I finally couldn't stand it anymore, I carefully pushed aside the leaves covering us and looked around. The forest was empty, silent except for the normal sounds of birds and wind. "Come on," I whispered to my brother. Slowly, quietly. We extracted ourselves from our hiding spot and began moving back toward Dan's house. For the first 100 yards we walked carefully, placing each foot deliberately to avoid making noise. But once we'd put some distance between ourselves and the creek, we ran. We ran harder and longer than I thought possible. My lungs felt like they were filled with broken glass, and my legs had long since passed the point of pain into a kind of numb mechanical movement. But we didn't stop. We couldn't stop. Not until we saw the tin roof of Dan's cabin through the trees. When we finally stumbled out of the woods into Dan's clearing, he was working in his barn, organizing tools on a pegboard. He turned when he heard us crashing through the undergrowth, and his weathered face immediately registered alarm. We must have looked like we'd seen the devil himself, mud-streaked, bleeding from numerous scratches, gasping for air, our eyes wild with residual terror. "You boys all right?" he asked, setting down his hammer and walking toward us. I wanted to tell him everything, to warn him about what was happening deep in his woods, but fear sealed my throat. What if the men somehow found out we'd told? What if they came looking for us? What if telling got us or our family hurt? "We're fine," I managed to gasp out. "Just got turned around, lost track of time." Dan studied us for a long moment, and I could tell he didn't believe me. But he didn't press the issue. Instead, he offered to drive us back up to our house, and we accepted gratefully, too exhausted and shaken to make the walk. The ride back took less than 5 minutes, but it felt like an eternity. My brother sat beside me in the back of Dan's truck, still trembling, still silent. When we pulled up to our house, we thanked Dan and hurried inside. We never told our parents what happened. Not that day, not for years afterward. We were terrified that if we admitted to what we'd seen, we'd get in trouble for going so far into the woods. We feared they'd never let us outside again. And more than anything, we were afraid of those men, afraid they might somehow find us, might come to our house in the middle of the night. It was only several years later, after I'd graduated high school and my brother was in college, that I finally told my father the truth. By that point, Dan had sold his property to developers. The entire forest had been logged, every tree cut down and hauled away. Where that shack and camper had once hidden in the dense woods, construction crews were now building expensive homes with 3-car garages and manicured lawns. My father listened to the story with a grave expression, then tried to reassure me that we'd probably just encountered hunters. But I knew better. I knew what we'd seen, what we'd stumbled into that day in the woods. We'd come face to face with something dark and dangerous, and only luck and quick thinking had saved us. Sometimes I drive past that development, with its uniform houses and neat sidewalks, and I think about what lies buried beneath all that suburban normalcy. The memories, the fear, the secrets that the forest once kept. And I wonder if the new homeowners ever smell something strange on certain days, ever feel an inexplicable unease when they walk through their backyards. These days, I still love hiking and hunting. The outdoors is still a part of who I am, but I'm more careful now. I understand that the woods can hold beauty and danger in equal measure, that not every path should be followed, and that sometimes the smart thing to do is turn back before you see what's waiting around the bend. I thank God we made it out of those woods that day, because I know deep in my bones that we very easily might not have. The old pickup truck bounced and rattled as Ranger Kai Begay navigated the narrow dirt road winding through Redwood National Park. Towering trees, some over 300 feet tall and 2,000 years old, cast long shadows across the path in the fading evening light. Kai had taken this job as a backcountry ranger to escape the stress and noise of modern life in the city. Out here among these ancient giants, he felt a deep sense of peace and connection to nature. After 20 minutes of driving, he arrived at the small log cabin that would serve as his home for the next 6 months. Nestled in a grove of sequoias, it had a rustic charm, a simple one-room structure with a wood-burning stove, kerosene lanterns, a cot, and little else. No power, no running water, no cell service, just solitude. Kai had grown up on the Navajo reservation in Arizona, learning the traditional ways of living in harmony with the land from his grandfather. Those lessons would serve him well out here. After unloading his gear and starting a fire in the stove to ward off the evening chill, Kai sat on the small porch sipping a mug of pine needle tea as he watched the sun sink below the treetops, the sky fading from orange to indigo. An owl hooted softly in the distance. Besides the crackle of the fire and the whisper of wind through the sequoia boughs, the night was silent. No traffic, No airplanes, no chatter of voices or hum of electronics. Just pristine wilderness as far as the eye could see. Or so it appeared on the surface. Something rustled in the brush nearby, jolting Kai from his thoughts. Probably just a raccoon or skunk, he told himself. Lots of wildlife in these woods. Still, a prickle ran down his spine, an ancestral instinct of being watched by unseen eyes. He shook it off and headed inside, barring the door behind him. It had been a long day of travel and orientation with his new job. He needed to get some rest before starting his ranger duties at first light. But sleep did not come easily that night. As he lay on the cot, the sounds of the forest seemed amplified. Every creak of a branch, every snap of a twig making him start. The wind rose to a ghostly moan, and he thought he heard, very faintly, what sounded like slow, heavy footsteps crunching through the undergrowth, circling the cabin, pausing, then circling again. Some large creature pacing just beyond the edge of the firelight, spilling from the cabin's single window. It's just a bear or mountain lion, Kai told himself. Happens all the time. They smell food and come snooping around. Nothing to worry about. Even so, his hand closed around the bear spray he kept on the floor by the cot. He didn't fall asleep until the strange footfalls finally faded, melting back into the night from which they'd come. By morning, he had half convinced himself it had just been a dream, born of overtired nerves in an unfamiliar place. If only that were true. Kai's first few weeks as a backcountry ranger passed uneventfully. His daily routine involved hiking the vast network of trails, GPS mapping points of interest, clearing fallen trees and brush, and watching for signs of illegal hunting or camping. He loved the work, feeling more at home in the forest than he ever had in the city. In the stillness and self-reliance, he sensed himself growing calmer, stronger, more in tune with the rhythms of the natural world. And yet, that uncanny sensation of being observed never quite left him. Often while hiking, the back of his neck would prickle, and he'd spin around, expecting to see someone behind him on the path. But there was never anything there, just the trees and the birds and the endless green of the forest. At night he sometimes woke with a start, certain he had heard those heavy bipedal footsteps outside the cabin again. Holding his breath, he'd strain his ears against the silence. But by the time full consciousness returned, the phantom sounds always faded. An overactive imagination, that's all it was. The mind playing tricks in the absence of human company, and the constant stimuli of civilization. He'd spent enough time alone in the wilderness before to know how it could warp the senses. It wasn't until nearly a month after arriving that Kai's creeping unease coalesced into true alarm. He was exploring an unmapped section of the park, miles from any trails, when he stumbled across something he could not explain rationally. There, in a glade of redwoods, he found a series of massive human-like footprints sunken deep in the soft loam of the forest floor. But they were far larger than any man could have made, each print nearly 3 feet long. The stride between them was immense, showing whatever left them had been moving at great speed. They seemed to appear out of nowhere in the middle of the clearing, then disappeared just as abruptly after about 20 yards. Kai's heart raced as he crouched to examine the nearest print. The edges were ragged and mushy. Already eroding, they had to be at least a few days old. And yet, nothing had crossed this trackway since. No other boots or animal tracks overlay them. He knew the ground had not been disturbed before the last rainfall 5 days ago. So the prints had been made after that, in the brief window before he discovered them, when he was the only human being for 30 miles. A chill rippled through Kai as he stood, turning a slow circle to scan the trees surrounding the clearing. It was deathly quiet, even the usual bird song fallen away. The hair on his nape stood up as he sensed the weight of an unseen gaze upon him. The shadows between the massive sequoia trunks suddenly looked more ominous, like black mouths ready to swallow him whole. Kai backed away from the impossible prints, every instinct screaming danger. He didn't stop to take a photo or cast the prints. He just turned and ran, crashing back through the undergrowth towards the safety of the trail and his truck parked at the trailhead. He felt the presence of something large bounding along behind him, heard the crack of broken branches as it gave chase. But he didn't look back. just kept running until his lungs burned and his vision tunneled. He practically threw himself into the truck, fumbling the keys and cursing. The tires spit gravel as he gunned the engine, racing the yawning dark back to the little cabin. Only there, with the door barred and locked, did he stop to catch his breath and try to process what he had seen. It couldn't be real, could it? Maybe his eyes had just exaggerated the size, missed some detail to explain it. He knew the legends, had heard them told since he was a boy. But those were just myths, scary stories to tell around the campfire, to entertain and explain the unknown. Bigfoot, Sasquatch, the Mogollon monster, they couldn't be anything more than that. Even as Kai tried to convince himself, he couldn't shake the sinking feeling in his gut. The memory of those prints, the sounds in the woods, the certainty of being stalked by something cunning and hungry. He barely slept at all that night, jumping at every noise, wondering what might be lurking just beyond the firelight. In the morning, he'd return with a camera, document it properly, take casts and record all the details. Then he could analyze it, bring others to verify what he'd seen, get some answers. But until the safety of daylight, he kept his gun and bear spray close, all senses on high alert. The most chilling question of all still whispered in the back of Kai's mind, though, insidious and unsettling. If those tracks belonged to a creature that wasn't supposed to exist, then what else was out there, hiding in the ancient forests? What other mysteries and monsters might call this place home? He shuddered at the thought. And all these desperate attempts at rationality were about to collapse in the face of a truth too terrible to comprehend. Dawn spread pale fingers through the sequoias as Kai hiked back towards the glade where he'd found the otherworldly footprints the day before. His boots crunched through the frosty fallen leaves, breath steaming in the frigid air. The forest seemed preternaturally still, even the usual squirrels and birds absent. An icy mist clung close to the ground, swirling around the bases of the towering redwood trunks. Kai forced himself to stop and take a deep, calming breath, reminding himself that he was a trained ranger. He knew these woods, knew how to navigate and survive here. Whatever had left those tracks, he would find an explanation, even if it wasn't one he wanted to believe. The coordinates of yesterday's panicked flight were burned into his brain. He didn't need to rely on the GPS device as he retraced his path off trail, down the eastern slope, across the chattering stream, and through dense patches of huckleberry. The glade opened before him just as he remembered it, a rough circle about 50 yards across, sequoias ringing it like sentinels. He scanned the ground, searching for the enormous toe-printed impressions he'd seen before. But the earth was smooth, undisturbed, no sign of the impossible tracks. He must have gotten turned around, come out in the wrong spot. Kai crossed to the other side, widening his search. But no matter how carefully he looked, he found no traces, not a partial print, broken twig, or compressed leaf. It was as if the forest had erased all evidence overnight. Or more disturbingly, as if it had never been there at all. A drop of cold sweat trickled down Kai's spine. He knew what he'd seen. There was no mistaking it, and yet now, in the thin light of morning, he began to doubt himself. Had it just been a trick of the fading sun? A mirage conjured by too many hours alone in the vast woods? No, he wouldn't let himself start down that spiral. He was not imagining things. He would document his findings, or lack thereof, and report it once he returned to civilization. Let his superiors figure out what it meant. All he could do was continue to treat this like any other potential threat in the park. Stay alert, gather data, and take precautions to keep himself and visitors safe. With that resolution, Kai tried to shake off the unease and continue on with his patrol as usual. But he couldn't escape the feeling of being watched, an itch between his shoulder blades as he turned his back to the empty glade. The mist seemed to wrap cold fingers around his ankles, trying to pull him down. He picked up his pace, suddenly eager to get back to the main trail. The rest of that day, and those that followed, took on a dreamlike quality. Kai went through the motions of his job, GPS tagging significant trees, clearing deadfall, posting trail signs. But under it all, a sick dread weighed heavier by the hour. Small things felt off. like the world had tilted 2 degrees into the uncanny valley when he wasn't looking. The woods were too quiet, the usual birdsong replaced by an ominous hush. He discovered a black bear carcass, torn apart with a violence far beyond any natural predator. The metallic stench of blood hung in the air for acres. Hiking past a boulder he'd mapped at least a dozen times, he found an enormous glyph carved into the stone, far too high for human hands to reach. The design was like nothing he'd seen before, all spirals and slashes and inhuman geometry that made his vision swim if he stared at it too long. Each night the noises outside the cabin grew louder, bolder, deep grunting and shrieking cries that made every hair on his body stand up. Heavy steps that seemed to pace the exact length of the walls, back and forth until dawn. He piled furniture against the door, kept the fire stoked to blinding, barely slept. After a week of this growing strangeness and gnawing dread, Kai knew he couldn't keep pretending all was fine. He radioed his supervisor, trying to keep his voice steady as he explained the events of the last month. The response was slow, laced with barely veiled concern. Not at the potential threats, but at Kai's mental state. Was he sure these things had happened? Couldn't the isolation be getting to him? Maybe he should come back to base, take some time to recuperate. Shame and frustration burned in Kai's throat. Of course they didn't believe him. He barely believed himself, except it was all too viscerally real to be just fatigue or imagination. If he left now, it would be giving up, letting that unseen presence win. He had to see this through, get proof that would be irrefutable. So he lied and said he was fine, just overtired. He'd take a day to catch up on sleep and be good as new. The worry in his boss's voice eased and he promised to check in soon. Clicking off the radio, Kai stared out the cabin window at the dark tree line. Shadows shifted between the trunks, hinting at massive forms slipping out of sight. He didn't know what he was up against. But he did know this. He wouldn't stop until he uncovered the truth, no matter how deep into the abyss it took him. The next evening, Kai sat cross-legged before the cabin's stone hearth, the low fire casting flickering shadows on the walls. The air hung heavy with pinyon smoke and a strange, musky animal scent that made his nose itch. He closed his eyes, trying to center himself as he had been taught, breathing slow and even. In, hold out, pause, repeat. His awareness expanded beyond the room, the warmth of the fire becoming the heat of the noonday sun on red sandstone cliffs, the pungent tang of sage and juniper, the distant warble of a canyon wren and rumble of thunder over an endless stretch of rust-hued desert. When he opened his eyes again, he was no longer in the cabin. Instead, he sat before a smaller fire that popped and snapped, sparks swirling upwards to a vault of stars impossibly bright against the blue-black night. A man sat across from him, a wiry figure with a braid of gray hair falling over one shoulder. His weathered face was as creviced as the canyons, eyes glinting obsidian in the firelight. "Grandfather," Kai breathed. The old man nodded in greeting. "You called me, Kai? I heard your need even in the land beyond the veil." Hot tears pricked at Kai's eyes and the bands around his chest loosened. "Something is out there in the woods. I don't understand it. I'm afraid." "As you should be. The forests are home to mysteries beyond our knowing, spirits that were ancient when our most distant ancestors first walked this land." The old man stirred the fire with a long stick, the end glowing cherry red. Pungent herbs flared, sweet grass and sage, the sacred medicines. When he spoke again, his voice seemed to come from a great distance, whispering on the wind. "The Dano have always known of the one your people call Sasquatch. We named him Yeyitso, the big god. He is a guardian of the wildest places, a reminder that there are powers beyond our control or comprehension." Kai leaned closer, the hair on his arms prickling. "But I found its tracks. It's been stalking me, coming to my cabin at night. What does it want?" Yugkiso walks between worlds, physical and spiritual. He appears to only a few, the lost, the seekers, those who have a lesson to learn. Something in you calls to him. How do I make him stop? What if he wants to hurt me? Should I be trying to expose him, prove to everyone else that I'm not crazy? The questions poured out of Kai in a desperate torrent. The old man shook his head, face cast in grave lines. Forcing others to believe won't help them or you. Yu Yitzo reveals himself to you for a reason. He is not a beast to be caged or conquistador to plant a flag upon. He stood then, ancient bones creaking. The fire blazed up, burning away the desert night, until only the cabin walls remained. But grandfather's parting words echoed in Kai's mind. Conquer your fear, and open your eyes to the true nature of the wild. Only then will you understand what you were meant to find here and within yourself. Walk in beauty, my grandson. With a gasp, Kai jolted back into his body, tears streaking his face. The fire had burned down to embers. Hours must have passed, but it felt like only moments. He dragged a hand over his mouth, the salty tang of sweat and grief mingling on his tongue. Grandfather was right. He'd been going about this all wrong, approaching the phenomenon with a colonizer's mentality, to label and catalog and dominate, trying to deny the reality of his own experiences instead of seeking to understand. Something had called him to these woods, only to strip away his illusions and leave him humbled, raw and bruised but still breathing. Still here, Kai knew what he had to do now. No more running, no more hiding. He had been fighting against the very thing he came out here to find, a connection to something greater than himself, a truth that couldn't be measured or mapped, only experienced in the wordless depths of the soul. He would go back out into the woods, back to the place where it had all started. He would open himself to whatever waited there, let it show him what he was meant to learn, even if it terrified him, even if he risked never coming back at all. With shaking hands, Kai banked the coals in the hearth and shrugged into his thickest coat. He tucked grandfather's old buckskin medicine pouch under his shirt, the familiar weight and sage musk scent steadying him. Then he stepped out into the night, the door creaking shut behind, sounding terribly final. The fog swallowed him immediately, icy tendrils licking at his face. He switched on his headlamp, but the light seemed feeble, swallowed by the murk within a few feet. Still, his boots found the trail on pure muscle memory, carrying him down into the obsidian heart of the forest. He heard it long before he saw it, that creature, demon, spirit, god. The snap and crash of something unthinkably vast moving through the underbrush, not bothering to hide its presence anymore, circling closer, herding him deeper into the dripping dark. It was toying with him, Kai realized. It had always been toying with him, luring him further from safety and sanity, waiting until his defenses cracked wide open. The way a coyote harried its prey, driving it to exhaustion. It could have taken him any time it wanted, at night in the cabin or out here alone under the whispering redwoods. But it had needed Kai to come to this place on his own free will, ready to surrender to whatever revelation awaited. The noises grew louder, breath sawing in Kai's heaving lungs. He broke into a loping run, headlamp beam bouncing crazily ahead. Roots grabbed at his ankles, dripping boughs slapped his face. Trying to hold him back or urge him onward, he wasn't sure anymore. All he knew was that he was close. So close to the cusp of a truth too immense for the human mind to grasp without shattering. The thought terrified and thrilled him, an almost sexual urgency coiling in his guts. He tasted copper and salt on his teeth, the stink of his own fierce sweat sharp in his nose. Seconds or hours blurred into a timeless, panting eternity. The crashing behind him swelled, drowning all thought. When he finally burst into the glade, he nearly wept in relief and dread. He stumbled to a halt in the center of the clearing, chest heaving as he wrenched his head around. The fog was almost opaque here, floating in spectral sheets. "I'm here," he screamed, barely recognizing the ragged voice as his own. "Show yourself." An avalanche of sound answered, underbrush exploding outward, duff flying, and then silence. A silence so absolute it was like a living thing, pressing in on all sides. Even Kai's own hammering pulse seemed to fade, swallowed by the nothingness. Slowly, a shape congealed out of the mist, monstrously tall and broad, shaggy with matted fur. A stench rolled off it, loamy earth and rotting vegetation and a sweet sour musk like nothing in this world. It moved with a ponderous, ground-eating grace as it strode into the glade, Not animal, but something other, something that had never been human and yet was far too intelligent to be a simple beast. Kai stopped breathing, stopped blinking. Somehow he kept his feet as it loomed over him, eclipsing the night sky. This close, he saw its eyes, red-shot amber, flickering with a terrible awareness. It huffed, blasting him with a breath like a charnel house wind. One taloned paw lifted, reaching for him, and he braced for a crushing blow. A distant part of his mind gibbered. So this is how I die. But the touch never came. It just hovered there, an inch from his hammering chest. He felt the heat radiating off its leathery palm, the prickle of its gaze flaying him open to his core. And then its mouth split wide in what could have been a smile or a snarl, revealing jagged rows of shark-like teeth. Firelight glinted at the back of its throat, refracting in alien geometries that seared after images on the inside of his skull. When it spoke, the voice was the grind of stone and shriek of tearing metal. You have finally seen Kai who walks between. You cannot unknow what you now know. The membrane between has thinned to gossamer and your path is forever altered. Bear witness. The words sank into him like fangs, and he screamed as the glade, the trees, the very earth fell away, leaving him flailing in an endless red void, shot through with pulsing filaments of bilious light. He tumbled head over heels through eons, aeons, watching the world be born and die a million billion times. Galaxies swirled to ash on his tongue, the dry bones of stars crunched between his teeth. He saw monstrous things that should not be caper and couple in the ruins of cities, vomiting forth horrors that blotted the sky. The intricacies of time and space unraveled before him, a seething tapestry of flesh and anguish, and terrible, glorious chaos. The illusion of meaning, of purpose and identity stripped away until only the naked ugliness of the universe remained. It filled him to bursting, infected every cell until he was not Kai, had never been Kai, had always been a mote of its infinite self, reeling through an endless fugue of slaughter and insanity, and gods whose names evaporated sanity. And then, between one fractured instant and the next, he slammed back into his body so hard he nearly blacked out. He found himself on hands and knees in the loam, shaking and weeping with a rapture that was very close to madness. The glade was empty, no sign of the thing that had shattered him and remade him in its own defiled image. He was alone except for the susurrus of the trees, the cold indifferent stars, but he would never be alone again. The door had opened onto a realm of primal horror and impossible wonder, a world behind the world. It could never be closed. He laughed then, a wild whooping sound that sent the night birds scattering in alarm. Oh, the glorious futility of trying to find meaning in a sentient universe that had dreamed him up only to delight in his despair. He saw it all now with new eyes, an eternal vision that would hound him all his days, lurking at the edges of sight. The crawling chaos he had been blessed and damned to perceive. He was a stranger in his own skin, in the sham consensus reality that was no more than a candy shell over bottomless gulfs of shrieking madness and foulness primordial. Let them cast him out, lock him away in a padded cell. It wouldn't matter. He had danced with the old gods behind the veil of dream and he would never be free. There was no going back to the man he had been, only forward into the abyss, one faltering step at a time, with the taste of impossible truth like ashes on his tongue. For he had seen the face of the wild, of a cosmos so alien and vicious and achingly beautiful in its indifference, that to know it was to be forever severed from the comforting illusions that let others sleep at night. And it had seen him in return, marked him, chosen him for a purpose beyond all mortal ken, a harbinger of the ancient patient evil that even now licked its lips in the lost spaces between thought, hungering. The rangers found him 2 days later, shivering and raving at the base of a great redwood. He was naked except for a mud-covered medicine pouch, eyes wild and rolling. Patches of hair had been ripped from his scalp, streaks of oozing raw pink against bloody clumps of black. At first he snarled at their approach, a feral broken thing, more animal than man. It took 3 of them to wrestle him down, dodging his gnashing teeth and raking nails. When they finally got the cuffs on him, he went limp, slurring words that made their skin crawl and resolve waver. "It's inside me now, you see. Oh yes, it crawled in through all the cracks it made, the ones that were always there, waiting. And now I am, its eyes, I am the doorway, the witness to the writhing dark behind the dark. It's seen you through me, and it's so hungry, always so hungry." They whispered to each other that he'd lost his mind, alone out there in the deeps of the forest. Isolation and stress did strange things to a man's head. Probably got into some bad mushrooms, or maybe there was a gas leak in that old cabin. He'd come around in a couple days, a week at most. Remember who he was, what was real. All he needed was rest and some good meds. This was the wild talk of a fever, a waking nightmare already fading. So they told themselves, because the alternative was to look, really look at what gibbered and capered behind his eyes, the squirming shadows and non-geometries reflected there. To admit that maybe, just maybe, the horse shit ghost stories held more water than they ever let on. But that was a teetering rabbit hole best plugged with rational lies and stiff drinks. Let the shrinks sort 'em out and file it all away under a tidy diagnosis. Acute stress response, some kind of fugue state or psychotic break. Give it a name and a pill and call it done. And if the night terrors lingered, if their eyes caught on strange prints in the dust and their hackles rose at the wind's mournful keening, well, beats pounding and a bellyful of Jack could smooth those edges quick enough. Smile, nod, file the report, and leave the metaphysical bullshit for the Bigfoot fanatics and Art Bell nutjobs. But Kai knew, oh yes, with a knowledge deeper than marrow, vaster than galaxies. The yawning abyss that supped on his sanity, plucking eyes from sockets not his own, the squamous green dread coiled in his bowels. He had seen behind the curtain, and nothing would ever be the same. He would bide its time, the beast he now carried, the splintered shard of its malign intelligence, buried at the base of his brain like a black diamond. He would let them lock him away, pump him full of pills until his mind was soft as rotten fruit. Play the penitent, the recovered, smile and nod and weep prettily for the cameras. And then, when they grew complacent, when they believed their own feeble, crumbling lies, he would slip the cage and return, to the forest, to the place where the veil shimmered gossamer thin, where it waited, patient as mountains, to take the precious parcel he carried within the ruins of his flesh. For he had been chosen, blessed, to be an instrument in the greater unraveling. The harbinger heralding a return to primal chaos, the rule of fang and steel, and the bilious fecundity of the putrescent earth. This world would drown in the shadow of its wings, and shatter to the discordant piping of its fluted call. And Kai would be there to bear witness, with eyes that had stared into the seething vortex of its maw, and a mind stretched thin as a scream across the endless night. He had gone into the forest seeking truth. Now that truth would remake the world entire, gorge by bloody gorge, until all was the dream of a blind idiot god once more. So he waited in his soft white room, marking the walls with his nails, his blood, his shit. Waited for the stars to align and the locks to rot away. For the day he could run free and wild back to the primal embrace of his new master. And he is waiting still, there in the asylum where they stuck him all those years ago. Rocking, whispering the words that will call it forth from beyond the veil, an ululation of forbidden syllables of Michael Enox and Hekula Humgira Nexnoqua. Scratch, scratch, scratch like the scrabbling of claws on the soft underbelly of the world. When they ask him his name, he just smiles, all red gums and shattered teeth. Kai is dead, he tells them. Kai never was. Only the witness remains. Only the doorway, the key, and I am opening. Yes, I am opening so wide. And he laughs and laughs and laughs until the orderlies come with their needles, and even then he does not stop, cannot stop. For he alone in all the seething masses of humanity knows the terrible truth, has seen what waits out there in the abyssal gulf between dreams. Reaching, hungering, and it is coming, my brothers and sisters, my fellow fragile, breakable things. It is coming to claim all that we are and ever were, to crack open the world like a rotten egg and sup on the yolk of our collective sanity. Kai is the harbinger, the prophet, the fallen saint of a gospel older than time and blacker than the space between stars. Gather round, children, and hear the good news. The hour is nigh, and in the dark, in the wild and primal places, it watches and it waits. The scent of pine needles and damp earth filled my nostrils as I stepped out of the ramshackle cabin that had been my home for the past 5 years. Adjusting the brim of my wide-brimmed hat, I scanned the dense forest that stretched out before me like an endless sea of green. My name is Ahanu, and I am a park ranger in the heart of the Olympic National Forest. I had taken this job out of desperation, fleeing from a life of financial ruin and personal tragedy. The wilderness offered solace, a chance to start anew amidst the towering evergreens and bubbling streams. Little did I know that the very forest I sought refuge in would soon become a living nightmare. As I set out on my daily patrol, the weight of my backpack and the crunch of twigs beneath my boots provided a familiar rhythm. The early morning mist curled around the tree trunks, casting an ethereal glow across the landscape. It was in moments like these that I found a sense of peace, a connection to something greater than myself. But on this particular morning, an unsettling silence hung in the air. The usual chatter of birdsong was absent, replaced by an eerie stillness that sent a chill down my spine. I quickened my pace, my senses on high alert as I ventured deeper into the forest. Suddenly, a piercing scream tore through the silence, echoing off the trees and reverberating through my very bones. It was a sound unlike any I had ever heard before, a primal guttural cry that seemed to emanate from the depths of some ancient primordial terror. My heart pounding in my chest, I raced towards the source of the scream, my mind reeling with possibilities. Had a hiker fallen and injured themselves? Was a bear attacking a campsite? Nothing could have prepared me for the sight that awaited me as I burst into a small clearing. There, standing over the mangled remains of what had once been a human being, was a creature straight out of my darkest nightmares. It stood well over 8 feet tall, its body covered in shaggy, matted fur. Its eyes glowed an otherworldly yellow as it turned to face me, its maw dripping with fresh blood. In that moment, I knew that everything I thought I understood about the world had been shattered. The creature before me defied all rational explanation. It was Bigfoot, a being of legend and folklore, and it was very, very real. The creature's gaze locked onto mine, its eyes boring into my soul with an intensity that nearly brought me to my knees. I froze, my breath caught in my throat as I struggled to comprehend the impossible sight before me. The stench of death and decay hung heavy in the air, mingling with the coppery tang of fresh blood. For a long, agonizing moment, neither of us moved. The world seemed to stand still, suspended in a moment of pure, unadulterated terror. Then, with a roar that shook the very earth beneath my feet, the creature lunged forward, its massive arms outstretched and its claws glinting in the dappled sunlight. Instinct took over, and I dove to the side, narrowly avoiding the creature's grasp. Rolling to my feet, I sprinted blindly into the trees, my heart pounding in my ears and my lungs burning with each ragged breath. Behind me, I could hear the creature's thunderous footsteps as it gave chase, its roars echoing through the forest like a twisted symphony of horror. I ran until my legs gave out beneath me, sending me sprawling onto the damp, leaf-strewn ground. Gasping for air, I dragged myself behind a fallen log, pressing my back against the rough bark as I struggled to catch my breath. The forest around me had fallen silent once more, save for the pounding of my own heart and the distant rustling of leaves in the wind. As I lay there, my mind reeling from the impossible encounter, a creeping realization began to dawn on me. This creature, this Bigfoot, was not some mindless beast. There was an intelligence in its eyes, a cunning that belied its savage appearance, and with that realization came a sinking feeling of dread. I was alone in the wilderness, miles from the nearest ranger station or town. My radio had been lost in the mad dash through the trees, and my supplies were woefully inadequate for the task at hand. If I was going to survive this nightmare, I would need to rely on my wits and my knowledge of the forest. Taking a deep breath, I forced myself to my feet, wincing at the dull ache in my muscles. I had to keep moving, to put as much distance between myself and the creature as possible. But even as I set off through the trees once more, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. That somewhere out there, hidden amongst the shadows and the mist, the creature was waiting for me. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting long shadows across the forest floor, I stumbled upon an abandoned hunting cabin nestled in a small clearing. The structure was old and dilapidated, its wooden walls weathered and its windows shattered. But it offered shelter and a chance to catch my breath, to gather my thoughts and plan my next move. I approached the cabin warily, my eyes scanning the tree line for any sign of movement. The creature's presence seemed to linger in the air like a tangible thing, a weight that pressed down upon my shoulders and set my nerves on edge. But as I drew closer to the cabin, I saw no sign of the beast, only the fading light of day and the gentle rustling of leaves in the breeze. Pushing open the creaking door, I stepped inside, my boots crunching on the debris-strewn floor. The cabin was small and musty, its walls lined with dusty shelves and faded photographs of long-forgotten hunters and their prey. A fireplace stood at one end of the room, its hearth cold and dark. I set about making the cabin as secure as possible, barricading the door with a heavy wooden table and covering the windows with tattered blankets. As I worked, my mind raced with questions and doubts. How had this creature remained hidden for so long? What did it want? And most importantly, how was I going to survive the night? As darkness fell, I huddled in the corner of the cabin, my eyes fixed on the door and my hand clutching the handle of my hunting knife. The forest outside had come alive with the sounds of the night, the hooting of owls, the chirping of crickets, and the distant howls of wolves. But beneath it all, I could sense another presence lurking in the shadows, watching and waiting. Hours passed, and exhaustion began to take its toll. My eyelids grew heavy, and my grip on the knife began to slacken. Just as I was about to succumb to sleep, a sound from outside snapped me back to full alertness. It was the sound of footsteps, heavy, lumbering footsteps that seemed to shake the very ground. They grew closer and closer until they stopped just outside the cabin door. For a moment there was silence. Then, with a splintering crash, the door burst inward, and the creature stepped into the cabin. Its yellow eyes gleamed in the darkness, and its massive frame seemed to fill the entire room. I scrambled to my feet, my knife held before me in a trembling hand. But even as I prepared to fight for my life, I knew that it was hopeless. The creature was too strong, too fast, and too intelligent. As it lunged towards me, its claws outstretched and its jaws gaping wide, I closed my eyes and waited for the end to come. But instead of the searing pain of claws and teeth, I felt a sudden rush of wind and the thud of a heavy body hitting the floor. Opening my eyes, I saw the creature sprawled on the ground before me, a wooden shaft protruding from its chest. Standing in the doorway, a crossbow raised to his shoulder, was another park ranger, a man I had never seen before. The ranger stepped into the cabin, his eyes darting from the creature's lifeless body to my own stunned expression. He was tall and lean, with weather-beaten skin and a grizzled beard. A battered hat sat atop his head, and a coil of rope hung from his belt. "You okay?" he asked, his voice gruff but not unkind. I nodded, my mind still reeling from the sudden turn of events. "Who are you?" I managed to croak out. "Name's John," he replied, lowering his crossbow. "I've been tracking this thing for weeks, heard your screams and followed the trail here." I glanced down at the creature's body, its yellow eyes staring sightlessly at the ceiling. "What is it?" John shook his head. "Damned if I know. Some kind of ancient creature, maybe. Something that's been living in these woods for a long, long time." He knelt down beside the body, running his fingers over the matted fur. "I've seen things out here that would make your blood run cold. Things that science can't explain. But this," he shook his head again, "this is something else entirely." I sank down onto the floor, my legs suddenly weak. "What do we do now?" I asked, my voice trembling. John stood up, his eyes meeting mine. We get the hell out of here, that's what. There's a ranger station about 10 miles south of here. We can regroup there, maybe get some backup. I nodded, grateful for the plan of action. But as we stepped out of the cabin and into the darkness of the forest, a sudden realization hit me. Wait, I said, grabbing John's arm. If this thing has been living out here for so long, why haven't we seen it before? Why hasn't anyone reported it? John's face grew grim. Because no one who's seen it has lived to tell the tale, he replied. Until now. The trek through the forest was a nightmare of shadows and sounds. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, sent my heart racing and my hand reaching for my knife. John led the way, his crossbow at the ready, and his eyes scanning the darkness for any sign of movement. As we walked, he told me stories of the other strange and terrible things he had encountered in the wilderness, creatures that defied explanation, phenomena that challenged the very laws of nature. But none of them, he said, compared to the Bigfoot that now lay dead in the cabin behind us. I've been a ranger for 20 years, he said, his voice low and steady. Seen a lot of strange things in my time, but this is something different. Something ancient and powerful. I shuddered at the thought, my mind conjuring up images of dark rituals and forgotten gods. But why now? I asked. Why has it suddenly appeared after all this time? John shrugged. Could be anything. Climate change, maybe. Or maybe something's disturbed its territory. All I know is that we need to be careful. There could be more of them out there. We walked in silence for a while. The only sound the crunch of leaves beneath our feet, and the distant hooting of an owl. Suddenly, John held up a hand, motioning for me to stop. Listen, he whispered, his eyes narrowing. I strained my ears, trying to pick out any unusual sounds amidst the normal nighttime noises of the forest. At first I heard nothing, but then, faintly at first but growing louder with each passing second, I heard it. A low guttural growl that seemed to emanate from the very earth itself. Run, John said, his voice tight with fear. Run! We took off through the trees, our feet pounding against the ground as we dodged branches and leapt over fallen logs. Behind us the growling grew louder, accompanied by the sound of heavy footsteps and snapping twigs. I risked a glance over my shoulder and immediately wished I hadn't. There, charging through the underbrush like a juggernaut, was another Bigfoot, larger and more terrifying than the one we had left behind in the cabin. Its yellow eyes blazed with fury, and its claws gleamed in the moonlight. We ran until our lungs burned and our legs ached, but still the creature pursued us. Just when I thought all hope was lost, we burst out of the tree line and onto a narrow dirt road. Parked at the side of the road was a battered old pickup truck, its engine idling and its headlights cutting through the darkness. Get in, John shouted, yanking open the driver's side door and throwing himself behind the wheel. I dove into the passenger seat, slamming the door shut behind me just as the creature emerged from the trees. John gunned the engine and the truck shot forward, its tires spitting gravel as we sped away into the night. We drove for what felt like hours, the truck's headlights illuminating the winding forest road ahead of us. John's knuckles were white on the steering wheel, and his jaw was clenched tight. I sat beside him in silence, my mind reeling from the events of the past few hours. Finally, as the first rays of dawn began to peek over the horizon, we arrived at the ranger station. It was a small, unassuming building nestled in a clearing at the edge of the forest. A few other rangers milled about outside, their faces etched with concern and confusion. As we climbed out of the truck, I felt a wave of exhaustion wash over me. My legs felt like jelly, and my head was pounding. But beneath the fatigue, there was a sense of relief, a feeling that for now at least, we were safe. John led me inside, where we were greeted by a flurry of activity. Rangers rushed about, talking in low, urgent tones and poring over maps and reports. In the center of the room, a group of men in suits and sunglasses huddled around a table, their expressions grim. As we approached, one of the men looked up, his eyes narrowing. John, he said, his voice clipped and businesslike. We've been expecting you. John nodded, his expression guarded. I figured as much. What's the situation? The man sighed, running a hand through his thinning hair. It's not good. We've had reports of sightings all over the park. Hikers going missing, campsites destroyed, and now this. He gestured to a grainy photograph on the table, an image of a massive hairy creature lurking in the shadows of the forest. I felt a chill run down my spine as I recognized the creature from my own encounter. "What do we do?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. The man looked at me, his expression softening slightly. "For now, we wait. We've called in reinforcements from the city, experts in cryptozoology and paranormal phenomena. They'll be here within the hour." John nodded, his eyes distant. "And then what?" The man's expression hardened. "Then we hunt this thing down and put an end to it, before it can do any more damage." I felt a sense of dread settle over me at the thought of venturing back out into the forest, of facing the Bigfoot once more, but I knew that I had no choice. As a park ranger, it was my duty to protect the wilderness and those who ventured into it. And so, as the sun rose over the treetops, and the sound of approaching vehicles filled the air, I steeled myself for the battle to come. Whatever horrors lay ahead, I knew that I would face them head-on, for the sake of the forest, and for the memory of those who had fallen victim to the creature's wrath. Wilderness guides develop a sense for trouble. It's not something taught in training courses or written in manuals. It's a feeling that grows from years spent reading the language of the land. My name is Clay Harjo. In 2003, I was a seasoned guide in Hell's Canyon, Idaho, when that sixth sense failed me completely. Hell's Canyon isn't the kind of place you casually stroll through. It's the deepest river gorge in North America, with a reputation for swallowing up folks who wander too far from the trail. I'd been a guide for a few seasons, not that I was looking for excitement. It just paid the bills and kept me outdoors. Being Cherokee, I figured I had a leg up in these rugged terrains, but that assumption nearly cost me more than I bargained for. I was guiding a group of hikers who'd signed up for the thrill of off-the-beaten-path trekking, a phrase that sounds great until you're out there realizing how far away beaten paths can actually feel. The group was a mix, 2 college kids looking for adventure, a quiet woman in her 40s who kept to herself, and a retired firefighter named Dale who talked nonstop about his days rescuing folks from burning buildings. Real salt-of-the-earth guy. And the way he casually bragged about fighting fires made the college kids call him Hotshot. He was the kind of guy you wanted in a bad situation, until you found yourself in a situation where his bravado couldn't help one bit. The 2 college kids, Ethan and Jessica, were constantly snapping photos with their new digital cameras. They wore matching University of Oregon sweatshirts and had that eager enthusiasm that would either become useful energy or dangerous recklessness depending on how things went. The quiet woman, Holly Mercer, had booked the trip last minute. She carried a worn journal with pressed flowers between its pages. When she thought no one was looking, I noticed her wiping away tears. The weather was moody that day, with low clouds hanging over the canyon like a threat. We'd made camp near a rocky outcrop that offered a decent view of the Snake River twisting below. The canyon walls were steep and jagged, layered with centuries of rock that spoke of ancient times. The weathered striations reminded me of the stories my grandfather used to tell. Layers of time exposed, each one with its own secrets. As the day dimmed into evening, I gathered everyone around to go over the next day's route, figuring we'd start early and make it to a safer spot before any potential rain. I kept an eye on the sky, thinking that the last thing we needed was to be caught in a canyon flash flood. "Rain's coming tomorrow afternoon," I told them, pointing to the western horizon where dark clouds were massing. "We'll be up at dawn to break camp. I want to hit the Snake River crossing before noon." Jessica raised her hand like she was in class. "I read that this area has some indigenous artifacts. Will we see any of those?" "If they're there, they stay there," I said firmly. "This land has seen enough looting." The first odd sign came when I noticed something off about our surroundings, a certain quiet that didn't sit right. Hell's Canyon is known for its wildlife, elk, coyotes, even the occasional black bear, but this silence felt unnatural, like nature itself had taken a collective breath and held it. The forest was dense and thick with ponderosa pines, but you could usually hear something rustling around, even in the evening. That night, though, Nothing. Not even the whistle of wind through the canyon. Dale, the former firefighter, was fiddling with his flashlight when he muttered something about a weird smell. I leaned over, sniffing the air, and caught it too. A sour metallic tang, faint at first, but growing more distinct. I passed it off as some sulfurous pocket opening up from the canyon, though it was unlike anything I'd ever come across out here. Probably just some mineral deposits, I said. More to reassure myself than him. Canyons full of strange smells. We split up to set up camp, Dale volunteering to grab firewood. The others stayed close to the camp, chatting nervously, as if they could sense that something wasn't right but couldn't quite place it. I headed down to a creek about 100 yards off to fill some canteens. The water was slow-moving, reflecting the twilight sky in rippling fragments. I knelt, filling the first canteen when I saw it. A flash of white on the opposite bank, too big to be just a reflection or some trick of the light. I squinted, trying to make sense of it. The shape was indistinct, like a large animal crouched low in the bushes, watching. Its form reminded me of a mountain lion, yet the way it held still was unnerving. I blinked, and the white blur was gone as if it had never been there at all. Chalk it up to my imagination, I thought, or maybe the fatigue from leading these folks up and down rocky slopes. But as I made my way back to camp, the hairs on my neck stood rigid. Something was watching us. I could feel eyes tracking my movements, patient and calculating. Back at the camp, Ethan and Jessica were huddled together, looking at their camera displays and giggling. Holly sat alone, writing in her journal, her pen moving in tight, urgent strokes. The normalcy of the scene almost made me dismiss my unease. Almost. I returned to camp and things seemed relatively normal until Dale stumbled back, his face paler than the moonlight breaking through the clouds. He dropped the bundle of firewood at his feet and stammered something about something moving out there. He claimed he'd seen an animal, tall as a bear but leaner, with long limbs that bent in ways they shouldn't. I brushed it off, suggesting it was just a trick of the shadows or perspective, but Dale wouldn't let it go. For a big guy who boasted about fearlessness, he looked genuinely rattled. "I'm telling you, Clay," he insisted, his voice dropping to a whisper so the others wouldn't hear. 20 years fighting fires. I've seen bears, mountain lions, you name it. This wasn't any of those. It was watching me, following me. It knew I saw it. The crack of a branch somewhere beyond our camp perimeter silenced our conversation. All of us turned toward the sound, peering into the darkness that had settled over the canyon like a shroud. That's when I knew we weren't alone in Hell's Canyon. And whatever was out there was getting closer. I decided to scout around, partly to ease Dale's mind, and partly to satisfy my own growing unease. Armed with just my flashlight and the hunting knife I always carried, I ventured into the woods near our camp, stepping carefully over branches and rocks. Every few feet I'd stop and listen, but there was only the deafening silence pressing in on me. "Stay close to the fire," I instructed the others. "No wandering off, not even a few steps. We don't know what wildlife might be active tonight." Holly looked up from her journal, her eyes narrowing. "You said this area wasn't known for dangerous predators." "It's not," I said, trying to sound casual, "just standard precaution." The smell had grown stronger, that metallic odor mixed with something else now, something that reminded me of rotting meat. I moved away from camp, sweeping my flashlight in deliberate arcs, searching for anything unusual. The beam caught only trees and rocks, nothing out of place, yet the feeling of being watched intensified with each step. Then I saw it. A figure, a dark, elongated shape, moving between the trees. It moved with a jerky gait, pausing and lurching, as if testing the ground with each step. For a brief moment, its head turned in my direction, and I felt a chill run through me as I realized this thing wasn't just watching me, it was assessing me, like a predator sizing up its next meal. Its frame was gaunt, almost skeletal, with limbs that seemed too long for its body, giving it an unnatural, insect-like quality. I backed up slowly, not daring to break eye contact until I'd nearly tripped over a rock. By the time I steadied myself and looked back, it was gone. Whatever it was, it had vanished back into the darkness, leaving no trace behind. Back at camp, I kept what I'd seen to myself, but I told everyone to stay close to the fire and keep their lights on. The college kids laughed it off, cracking jokes about Bigfoot. "Sasquatch sighting," Ethan joked. holding his arms out and lumbering around. Maybe we'll make the local news. But Dale just sat there, his gaze fixed on the shadows beyond the firelight. The man who had charged into burning buildings was now jumping at every sound from the forest. "I've got an extra knife in my pack," I told Dale quietly. "Keep it on you." He nodded grimly, taking the blade and testing its weight in his palm. Around midnight, things took a turn. We heard rustling, followed by a low scraping sound, like claws dragging over stone. It circled our camp, the sound coming closer, then moving away, taunting us. It felt deliberate, like this thing was testing us, trying to gauge our reactions. Dale grabbed a stick from the fire, waving it in the air like a makeshift torch. But even he knew that if this thing decided to come closer, his burning stick wouldn't stand a chance. "What is that?" Jessica whispered, her earlier bravado crumbling. "Clay? What's out there?" "Probably just a coyote," I lied. "They get curious sometimes." The noise stopped, and for a while there was only silence. Just when I thought maybe it had moved on, we heard a scream, a sharp guttural cry that cut through the night like a blade. It was Holly. She'd wandered a few feet from camp to use the bathroom and hadn't told anyone. By the time we got to her, it was too late. She was on the ground, her throat slashed open in a jagged line, eyes wide in terror. Dale and I dragged her back to camp, but it was no use. She was gone. The college kids were frantic, clutching each other and sobbing. I told them to stay calm, but the truth was, I had no plan. We were stuck in the middle of Hell's Canyon, hours from help with no cell service, and a creature lurking in the shadows that could kill us before we even knew it was there. Her blood left a dark trail across the rocky ground, glistening in the firelight. Jessica couldn't stop screaming until Ethan finally covered her mouth with his hand, desperately shushing her. "It'll hear us," he kept saying. "It'll know where we are." "It already knows where we are," Dale said, his voice hollow. The next few hours were a blur of fear and desperation. We huddled by the fire, every snap of a twig sending us into a frenzy of flashlights and hushed whispers. Dale kept muttering about the thing he'd seen, swearing it looked like it had too many joints, too many angles to be any animal he recognized. At some point I must have nodded off because I woke to Dale shaking my shoulder, his face inches from mine, his eyes wild. He whispered that he'd seen it again, that it was closer this time, creeping through the trees like it was daring us to make a move. I grabbed my knife and we both stood by the edge of the firelight, trying to spot it before it could reach us. Then we heard it, a sickening crunch like bones snapping underfoot. I turned my flashlight toward the sound, and there it was, hunched over Holly's body, dragging her limp form toward the trees. It looked up, its face a grotesque mixture of wolf-like features twisted in a way that defied logic. Its mouth was open wide, revealing rows of jagged teeth, yellowed and crooked. Without thinking, I lunged forward, shouting at Dale to help. But he froze, rooted to the spot, watching in horror as the creature dropped Holly's body and turned its full attention on us. Its eyes were dark pits, void of any light or recognition, just hunger. I swung my knife, but it barely flinched, dodging back with a fluid motion that seemed almost taunting. Jessica screamed, and that was enough to snap Dale out of his trance. He grabbed his burning stick and thrust it at the creature, driving it back a few paces. But it didn't run. It just tilted its head, watching us with a curiosity that made my skin crawl. Finally, it slipped back into the darkness, disappearing into the trees, leaving us with Holly's bloodied body and a silence that felt heavier than before. We didn't sleep for the rest of the night, just sat there, weapons in hand, waiting for the first light of dawn. As the darkness slowly gave way to gray light, I saw something that turned my blood to ice. In the dirt near our camp, a set of footprints, not animal tracks but not quite human either. The prints were elongated, with what looked like claw marks at the ends of what should have been toes. And they led in both directions, into and out of our camp. The thing had been watching us long before we ever noticed it. When the sun finally crested over the canyon walls, I took stock of what remained. 3 terrified hikers, 1 body, and a memory that would stay with me for the rest of my life. Holly's body lay where we'd dragged it, covered with Dale's jacket. Her face had taken on the waxy pallor of death, making her look like a discarded doll rather than the quiet woman who'd been writing in her journal just hours before. "We need to move," I said, gathering our essentials. Leave the tents and everything else. Just take water, food, and anything you can use as a weapon." "What about Holly?" Jessica asked, her voice cracking. "We can't just leave her." "We have to," Dale said. His voice had a new edge to it, a hardness that hadn't been there before. "She's gone, and carrying a body will slow us down." "I'll mark the GPS coordinates," I said, already tapping the device hanging from my belt. "We'll report it as soon as we get reception." We moved quickly, packing only what we needed. As I was gathering my things, I noticed Holly's journal lying open where she'd left it. Something made me pick it up and flip through the pages. Most entries were personal reflections, but the last page chilled me. It was dated the day before and contained a single line, "Something's watching me from the trees." I tucked the journal into my pack. Evidence, I told myself, though I wasn't sure who would believe us. The daytime brought little comfort as we made our way down the trail. The canyon scale seemed to mock our insignificance. Massive stone walls rising thousands of feet above us, carved by the Snake River over millennia. Under normal circumstances, I would have pointed out geological features or wildlife to the group. Today we moved in tense silence, each of us scanning the terrain for any sign of movement. "I've never heard of any predator in North America that hunts humans like that," Dale said as we navigated a particularly steep section of trail. "Bears attack when threatened. Mountain lions take down deer or elk. But that thing, it was hunting us specifically." "Maybe it was rabid," Ethan suggested. "Some diseased wolf or cougar." I shook my head. "No disease I know of makes an animal look like that." We'd been hiking for about 2 hours when Jessica stopped suddenly, pointing to something off the trail. "Look, is that a cabin?" Through the trees, I could make out a weathered structure, a small hunter's cabin or old ranger outpost, long abandoned by the looks of it. It sat nestled against the canyon wall, half hidden by overgrowth. "It's not on any of my maps," I said, studying the structure. "Might be private property or something unregistered." "Could have a radio," Dale suggested, "or at least be safer than spending another night in the open." I hesitated. The cabin looked ancient, its log walls gray with age, the small windows dark and empty. But Dale was right. Walls would be better than nothing, and we might find something useful inside. I nodded, and we carefully made our way toward it. The door hung askew on rusted hinges, creaking as I pushed it open. The interior was a single room with a stone fireplace, a small table, and what had once been a cot but was now just a metal frame with rotted canvas. Dust covered everything, undisturbed for what looked like years. "No one's been here in a long time," I said, scanning the cabin's interior. Jessica coughed from the dust we'd stirred up. "This place gives me the creeps." She wasn't wrong. There was something unsettling about the cabin, beyond just its abandoned state. Crude symbols had been carved into the wooden supports, not graffiti, but deliberate markings that reminded me of protective signs I'd seen in some of the older Cherokee communities. Dale was inspecting the fireplace. "Look at this," he called. On the stone mantel above the fireplace sat several small objects. Animal bones arranged in a pattern, a jar containing what looked like teeth, and a leather-bound book so old the binding had cracked and split. "Don't touch anything," I warned, but Dale had already picked up the book. "It's a journal," he said, carefully turning the brittle pages. "Dates back to the 1890s. Some trapper named Elias Blackwood." "What does it say?" Ethan asked, peering over Dale's shoulder. Dale squinted at the faded handwriting. "A lot of it's hard to make out. Talks about trapping, hunting. Wait, listen to this. It has followed me for 3 days now. The Nez Perce call it Choctaw, but have another name they won't speak aloud. They say it was here before the rivers cut the canyons." A cold sensation spread through my chest. "Keep reading." March 18, 1891. Found Richardson torn apart a mile from camp. No animal takes just the organs like that. The others wanted to leave, but the spring melt has made the river impassable. We are trapped here with it. Dale looked up, his face ashen. "There's more, but the writing gets shakier, harder to read." "This thing has been here for over 100 years, Jessica whispered. "Longer," I said, thinking of Holly's slashed throat. "Much longer." A sudden thud against the cabin's exterior made us all freeze. Something was outside, moving around the perimeter. We could hear it scraping against the logs, testing the structure. "It followed us," Ethan whispered. Dale snapped the journal shut and shoved it into his pack. "We need to barricade the door." We moved quickly, dragging the metal cot frame against the door and positioning ourselves away from the windows. The scratching continued, moving methodically around the cabin. "It's looking for a way in," I said, gripping my knife. The scratching stopped at one of the windows, and for a moment, there was silence. Then a long, pale hand with too many joints pressed against the glass, leaving a smear of something dark and viscous. Jessica stifled a scream as the creature's face appeared behind the hand, the same twisted wolf-like features I'd seen in the darkness but now visible in daylight. Its skin was a pallid gray, stretched tight over an elongated skull. Those empty eyes stared directly at us, unblinking. "Holy shit," Dale breathed. "What the hell is that thing?" The creature tilted its head, as if considering Dale's question. Then it opened its mouth, revealing those rows of jagged teeth, and pressed its face closer to the glass. The window creaked under the pressure. "The glass won't hold," I warned, backing toward the fireplace. As if in response, the creature suddenly pulled back from the window. We heard its footsteps receding, fading into silence. "Is it gone?" Ethan asked, after several long minutes. "I don't think so," I replied. "It's waiting for us, or planning something." "We can't stay here," Dale said, hefting his pack. "That thing knows we're trapped." "But we can't go out there either," Jessica protested. I looked at the old journal in Dale's pack. "Maybe there's something in there that can help us. Some way to fight this thing or drive it away." Dale nodded and pulled out the journal again, flipping to the later pages. His expression grew increasingly troubled as he read. "This trapper, Blackwood, he tried everything. Guns, traps, fire. Nothing worked. He writes about how they lost men one by one." Dale turned another page. "Wait, here's something. He says the Nez Perce told him the creature avoids water, not because it can't cross it, but because water disrupts its ability to feed on fear." He looked up. "That's what it's doing. Blackwood says it was toying with them, making them terrified before it attacked. It feeds on fear first, flesh second." "The Snake River," I said suddenly. "If we can reach the river crossing, maybe we can get away from it." "It's at least 4 miles, Dale pointed out. "Better than waiting here to die," I replied. We gathered our things, preparing to make a run for it. The plan was simple: move fast, stay together, head straight for the river crossing. According to the old journal, the creature wouldn't follow us across deep water. "Ready?" I asked, hand on the makeshift barricade. They nodded, faces set with determination born of desperation. I moved the cot frame and eased the door open, peering out. The forest around the cabin was quiet, no sign of our hunter. "Now," I whispered, and we bolted. We ran like hell was at our heels, which in a way it was. The trail down to the Snake River was steep and treacherous, loose rocks sliding beneath our feet as we scrambled over terrain. Better taken slowly and carefully, but caution was a luxury we couldn't afford. "Keep moving," I shouted as Ethan stumbled on a sharp descent. Dale grabbed his arm, hauling him upright without breaking stride. The distant roar of the Snake River grew louder as we descended, a promising sound that spurred us on. I kept glancing back, expecting to see that gaunt figure loping after us, but the trail behind remained clear. "Maybe we lost it," Jessica panted, her face streaked with sweat and dirt. "Don't count on it," Dale replied grimly. We'd covered maybe half the distance to the river when we reached a narrow section of trail that hugged the canyon wall. To our right, the path fell away in a sheer drop of several hundred feet. We would have to move single file, with no room for error. "Stay close to the wall," I instructed, taking the lead. 1 foot directly in front of the other. We inched along the narrow ledge, pressed against the rough stone of the canyon wall. I was halfway across when I heard it, a low gurgling sound from somewhere above us. Looking up, I saw the creature perched on an outcropping 20 feet above the trail. It watched us with those empty eyes, its body coiled like a spring. "Don't stop," I said quietly. "Keep moving, slow and steady." The creature shifted position, moving with that same unnatural fluidity I'd seen before. It was paralleling our progress, keeping pace as we navigated the narrow ledge. Dale was directly behind me, with Jessica and Ethan following. I could hear their ragged breathing, the scrape of their boots on rock. We were almost to the wider section of trail when the creature made its move. It leaped from its perch, not toward us, but to a position on the trail ahead, blocking our path. In the full light of day, it was even more horrifying. Standing nearly 7 feet tall on its hind legs, its limbs too thin and jointed for its frame. The skin was not fur or hide, but a gray, leathery texture that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. "Back up," I said, pushing Dale behind me. "Move back to wider ground." But as we started to retreat, a section of the trail crumbled beneath Ethan's feet. He let out a startled cry as he pitched sideways toward the drop. Jessica grabbed for him, catching his arm, but the momentum pulled her forward as well. "Help!" she screamed as both of them teetered on the edge. Dale lunged, catching Jessica around the waist. For one terrible moment, all three of them wavered on the brink. Then Dale planted his feet and heaved backward, pulling them to safety in a tangle of limbs. The creature watched this drama unfold, its head tilted in that eerie, curious way. Then it took a step toward us, extending one of those two long arms. "The journal," I said to Dale. "What else did it say? How did they fight it?" Dale scrambled to pull the journal from his pack. "Blackwood tried to burn it," he said, flipping pages frantically. "Says fire hurt it but didn't kill it." I pulled out my Zippo lighter, a habit from my smoking days that I'd never quite abandoned. "Get ready to run," I told the others. As the creature took another step forward, I flicked the lighter and threw it directly at its face. The flame caught on what might have been its fur or hair, spreading quickly across its head. The creature let out a shriek that sounded like metal scraping against stone, thrashing as the fire consumed its upper body. It staggered backward, then toppled over the edge of the trail, plummeting into the canyon below. We didn't wait to see if it survived the fall. We ran, scrambling along the trail as fast as we dared, not stopping until we reached wider, safer ground. "Did we kill it?" Jessica gasped, bent double and fighting for breath. "I don't know," I admitted, "but we need to keep moving. The river isn't far now." As we continued down the trail, I couldn't shake the feeling that we'd only bought ourselves time, not victory. Something that had hunted in these canyons for over a century wouldn't be defeated so easily. The trail finally opened onto a wider path that wound down to the river's edge. The Snake River stretched before us about 60 feet across at this point. Its current swift but not impassable. The crossing point featured a line of large stepping stones that were usually above water this time of year, allowing hikers to cross without getting more than their boots wet. "There's our way out," I said, pointing to the stones. We hurried to the river's edge, relief flooding through us at the sight of salvation so close. The stepping stones were partially submerged due to recent rains, but still visible enough to use. "I'll go first," I told them. "Follow my exact path." I stepped out onto the first stone, testing it before committing my weight. It held firm, and I moved to the second, then the third. The current pushed against my legs, strong but manageable. I was about halfway across when I heard Jessica scream. Turning back, I saw the creature emerging from the tree line, still smoking from the fire but very much alive. Parts of its face had been burned away, revealing bone or something like it underneath. It moved more slowly now, but with a terrible purpose, heading straight for my remaining companions on the shore. "Get in the water," I shouted. "Now!" Dale reacted first, pulling Jessica toward the river. Ethan hesitated, fumbling with his camera, trying to capture an image of the thing pursuing us. "Ethan, leave it," Dale yelled, but the young man was transfixed, backing away slowly as he focused his lens on the approaching horror. The creature lunged forward with sudden speed, closing the distance to Ethan in a heartbeat. Its clawed hand slashed out, catching him across the chest. Ethan screamed, dropping his camera as blood bloomed across his University of Oregon sweatshirt. Dale charged back up the bank, wielding a large branch like a club. He swung it at the creature's head, connecting with a solid thud that staggered it. "Run," he shouted to Ethan, who stumbled toward the water, clutching his wounded chest. I waded back toward shore, fighting against the current, desperate to help. Jessica was already in the water up to her waist, reaching out for Ethan. Dale backed toward the river, still facing the creature, branch raised defensively. The creature shook off the blow and fixed those empty eyes on Dale. It let out a sound that might have been laughter, a dry, rattling noise that carried over the rush of the river. Then it spoke. The voice wasn't human, but the words were clear enough. "You taste better afraid." Dale faltered, the branch trembling in his hands. "What the fuck are you?" The creature tilted its head again. "Older than your kind, hungrier." It moved forward, and Dale swung the branch again. This time the creature caught it easily, wrenching it from his grasp and snapping it like a twig. Dale turned to run, but the creature was faster, grabbing him by the shoulder and spinning him around. I reached the shore, knife in hand, but I was too late. The creature plunged its other hand into Dale's chest, not slashing this time, but reaching inside him. Dale's eyes bulged in shock and agony. His mouth opened in a silent scream as the creature withdrew its hand, holding something dark and glistening. Dale's heart still pumping feebly. "No!" Jessica screamed, as Dale's body crumpled to the ground. The creature raised the heart to its mouth and bit into it like an apple, black fluid running down its chin. Then it turned its attention to us. I grabbed Ethan, who was swaying on his feet, blood loss making him dizzy. "Into the water," I ordered, pulling him toward the river. "Deep as you can go." We waded in, the current threatening to sweep our feet from under us. Jessica was already midstream, sobbing as she struggled across. The creature followed us to the water's edge but stopped there, watching with those terrible eyes. "It won't cross," I said, relief surging through me. But as we reached the deeper part of the river, the creature did something unexpected. It lowered itself to all fours and began to circle the crossing point, moving upstream at an alarming pace. "It's looking for another way across," I realized. "We need to hurry." Ethan was growing weaker, leaning heavily on me as we fought our way through the current. Jessica had reached the far bank and was waving frantically for us to hurry. The river water around us was turning pink with Ethan's blood. "Stay with me," I urged him. "We're almost there." We were nearing the far shore when I heard Jessica scream again. Looking up, I saw the creature on the opposite bank, having circled upstream and crossed where the river narrowed. It was now making its way down toward Jessica, cutting off our escape route. "Back," I told Ethan, turning us midstream. "We need to go back." But Ethan's strength was failing. He sagged against me, his face ashen. "I can't," he whispered. "I can't make it." The current caught us, pulling us downstream. I fought to keep our heads above water, clinging to Ethan with one arm while trying to steer us toward the bank we'd just left. The creature stood on the shore, watching our struggle, making no move to help or hinder. It was waiting, savoring our fear. I managed to grab onto a protruding rock, stopping our drift. With a tremendous effort, I hauled Ethan toward the shore. The creature remained where it was, blocking our path to safety. Jessica was nowhere to be seen. Either she'd fled into the forest, or the thing had already gotten to her. As we reached the shallows, Ethan stumbled and fell face first into the water. I pulled him up, his body limp and unresponsive. Turning him over, I saw that his eyes were open but vacant. He'd lost too much blood. The creature made that terrible laughing sound again and took a step toward us. I stood over Ethan's body, knife raised, knowing it would do no good but unwilling to die without a fight. "You can't have him," I said, my voice steadier than I felt. The creature stopped, regarding me with what almost seemed like respect. "Brave," it said in that inhuman voice. "Rare." It took another step, and I braced myself for the end. The shot came from somewhere behind me, a deafening crack that echoed across the canyon. The creature jerked as something hit it in the shoulder, spraying that black fluid into the air. It shrieked, a sound so high and piercing that I had to cover my ears. More shots followed, 3 in rapid succession. The creature staggered backward, wounds opening across its chest and neck. It turned to flee, but another shot caught it in the leg, dropping it to one knee. I spun around to see Jessica standing on a rock outcropping, Dale's revolver in her hands, the gun he'd kept in his pack for emergencies. Her face was a mask of rage and grief as she fired again, the bullet striking the creature in the head. It fell backward, thrashing on the ground. Black fluid pooled beneath it, seeping into the earth. Its movements grew weaker, more spasmodic. Finally, it lay still. Jessica climbed down from the rocks, the gun still trained on the motionless form. "Is it dead?" she asked, her voice hoarse. I approached cautiously, knife ready. The creature didn't move as I nudged it with my boot. The wounds were substantial. The headshot had taken away most of its face, revealing a skull structure unlike anything I'd ever seen. It looked almost human, but the proportions were wrong, the bone too dense and ancient-looking. "I think so," I said, though uncertainty gnawed at me. Something this old, this unnatural. Could bullets really kill it? Jessica nodded, then turned to look at Ethan's body still lying half in the water, her face crumpled. "He's gone, isn't he?" "I'm sorry," I said. "I couldn't save him." She knelt beside him, gently closing his eyes. "He just wanted an adventure," she whispered. "Something to tell his friends about." I thought of Holly's journal entry, "Something's watching me from the trees," and Dale's last moments, his heart ripped from his chest. This was an adventure none of us would ever forget, though only 2 of us remained to remember it. "We need to go," I said after giving her a moment. "Find help, report what happened." Jessica nodded, rising to her feet. She looked down at the gun in her hands, then tucked it into her waistband. "What do we tell them about this thing?" I looked at the creature's remains. Already they seemed to be deteriorating, the flesh turning to a gray, ash-like substance. By the time we brought anyone back here, there might be nothing left to find. "The truth," I said, "as much of it as they'll believe." We gathered what we could. Dale's pack, Jessica's camera with the images Ethan had taken, Holly's journal, evidence, though whether anyone would accept it was another matter. The Rangers would come eventually, drawn by the smoke from our abandoned camp, or by search parties when we failed to return on schedule. As we prepared to leave, Jessica paused, looking down at the creature's dissolving form. "What was it, really?" I thought of the journal we'd found in the cabin, of the Nez Perce name Chiaco, and the older name they wouldn't speak aloud. I thought of the creature's words, "older than your kind, hungrier." "I don't know," I admitted. "Something that doesn't belong in our world, something that's been here longer than we have." We made our way along the riverbank, following it downstream where the trail would be less treacherous. Neither of us spoke much, both lost in our thoughts and grief. The sun was beginning to set, painting the canyon walls in fiery reds and deep purples. In other circumstances, it would have been beautiful. The Rangers arrived by late afternoon the next day, drawn by the smoke from signal fires we'd built on the riverbank. We told them everything, but they just looked at us like we were crazy, like we'd imagined the whole thing. They took Holly's body and Ethan's and promised to file a report, but I could tell they didn't believe a word of it. Later, as we were packing up, one of the Rangers pulled me aside. He was older than the others, his face weathered by years in the wilderness. He told me stories about sightings in the area, old legends of a creature that was neither wolf nor man, something that lived off fear as much as flesh. He didn't have a name for it, just a nod and a warning. "Don't come back here alone." As for that creature, the Ranger claimed it was something ancient, something that thrived in places forgotten by time. "The old-timers say there's more than one," he told me quietly, "that they sleep for decades, sometimes centuries, waking only when they hunger." I thought of the disintegrating remains we'd left behind. Had we really killed it, or merely wounded it? Would it heal, retreating to some dark corner of the canyon to recover and hunt again? I never returned to Hell's Canyon after that. I gave up guiding altogether, moved east to the flatlands where I could always see what was coming. Jessica went back to college but dropped out before graduating. We kept in touch for a while, bound by our shared trauma, but eventually drifted apart. Some experiences are too heavy to carry together. Sometimes, on cold nights when the wind sounds like something scraping against my window, I remember those empty eyes watching me from the trees. I remember the creature's words, "You taste better afraid." And I wonder if it still hunts in that deep gorge, patient and ancient, waiting for the next group of hikers who wander too far from the beaten path. 'Cause that's the thing about places like Hell's Canyon. They earned their names for a reason, and some predators never truly die. They just wait for the right moment to return when the fear has faded and the warnings have been forgotten. I still have Holly's journal, and sometimes I read her final entry. "Something's watching me from the trees." A simple observation that carries more weight than she could have known. Because in the wildest parts of this world, where the canyons are deep and the forests are old, there are things watching from the shadows. Things that have been watching us since before we knew how to be afraid. and they're still watching now.